Good morning and welcome to our live coverage of NASA's ULA Boeing Starliner crew flight test. We are waiting for a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket that will launch Boeing's crew space transportation, that is CST-100 Starliner spacecraft, with two NASA astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, on crew flight test. Following separation from Atlas V, Starliner engines will burn, taking it the rest of the way to orbit and onto the International Space Station. Crew flight test is ULA's first human launch, and liftoff will take place from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Florida at 10:52 Eastern Daytime, which will be 14:52 hours UTC on June 5th.
Who will fly for the first time ever in Boeing Starliner spacecraft. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books. Good morning and welcome to NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz.
And I'm Dee Russell with Boeing Communications. Also joining us today is NASA astronaut Mike Fink. Great to have you here.
Good morning. Third time's the charm. Beautiful day outside. The rocket's ready. The crew's getting suited up. This is an awesome day.
Yeah, beautiful start to the day so far, again, with that gorgeous sunrise we saw. And as you alluded, this is our third attempt to launch Butch and Suni on a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And Starliner teams last tried launching on Saturday, but stood down just minutes before liftoff because of a power issue in a piece of ground support equipment. We'll have more about that in just a few minutes.
NASA and Boeing want to certify Starliner for regular flights. Mike, why is it so important to have a second commercial spacecraft that can take astronauts to and from the space station from American soil?
We call it dissimilar redundancy. So the more chances, the more ways that we can send humans into space, the better it is for NASA and for our country and for the planet. Right now, we can get to space with a Soyuz or with a Dragon, and today we're going to show we can get there with a Starliner. And soon, Artemis. So we're going to have lots of different options, of different ways for people to go to space, and this will help our economy, and this is and the space station and our scientific program.
Now, as we are back in the suit-up room, a reminder for everyone that CFT will only be the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And the last time an Atlas-class rocket sent humans to space was 61 years ago for the final flight of NASA's.
Now, just a heads up, I will be providing real-time updates during the stream about the mission, so keep an ear out for what I'm saying. Right now, we are having an update at T-minus 4 minutes and holding. The countdown has entered the planned 4-hour built-in hold, with the rocket in a good state following fueling. This hold is when astronauts will board Starliner for their crew flight test. The liftoff time remains 10:52 a.m. Eastern Daytime, which will be 14:52 hours UTC at T-minus 4 minutes and holding. This is Atlas launch.
Starliner online and ready for today's flight test. And he trained alongside Butch and Suni as their backup pilot and was with them for CFT's first launch attempt. We saw him in the suit-up room snapping pictures there, and then he rode out to the launch pad with them where he snapped a few more pictures before handing off some of Butch and Sunny's belongings to the pad team. And now he was here with us on the host desk on Saturday and is back again to provide valuable insight into this flight test. And you'll also be taking notes, right, Mike, because you will be the pilot of Starliner's first operational mission after CFT.
Now we are getting another update that the launch team has been polled and given the go for the blue team to enter Space Launch Complex 41 to perform final tasks on the Starliner and perform astronaut loading activities. Console operators voiced that the various systems are safe for pad entry.
There is a lot to learn about this crew flight test, so we have people here in Florida and in Texas to help explain every part of this mission. Let's start first with ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke, who are monitoring the spacecraft and rocket from the United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, or ASOC.
Yeah, Dee, welcome to the ASOC. We are at ULA's rocket headquarters, really over here on the Cape side. Dylan and I have a great spot for today's launch operations here in the ASOC. We have special viewing and monitoring opportunities here in what I like to consider the press box that's, you know, above the big game going on downstairs. We've got this great view of the launch control team down here, and then we have the mission directors on one side of us and engineering support on the other side. So it is really the best spot to be following along with all the procedures today. And we did just hear that we have a go to proceed with the pad team moving back over to the pad. And Dylan, that's because fueling is wrapped up.
Well, that's right, Lauren. Atlas V and Centaur are fueled and ready to go. But looking back at our experience over the weekend here during our second CFT launch attempt on Saturday, we held our terminal count at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds because of an issue detected by our ground launch sequencer. After the scrub, our technicians and engineers worked overnight to assess all of our ground support equipment at the launch pad. The assessment identified an issue with a single ground power supply within a redundant computer chassis that supplies power to a set of cards which control various system functions. That power supply fault caused several cards to go offline, and shortly after we entered terminal count, the ground launch sequencer attempted to verify the appropriate level of redundancy during terminal count, and when it received the feedback that those cards were offline, the ground launch sequencer terminated the countdown. On Sunday, that chassis that contained the faulty ground power unit was removed, visually inspected, and replaced with a spare chassis. We didn't find any physical indications of significant failure with it, so we'll be doing a full failure analysis on that power unit. Meanwhile, with the new equipment in place, we have performed a full functional checkout of the chassis and all the cards. All the hardware is performing nominally.
Right now, we are getting yet another update. That's all the 3 cryogenic tanks on the rocket has been topped off to flight level. That gives us a fully fueled 97,000 pounds 9700 pounds 97,100 pounds of rocket to launch Starliner today. While Butch and Sunny has donned their spacesuits. Now head back. Let's hear the stream, what they are talking.
Where the commercial crew program, the management and engineers behind me are monitoring the ULA and Boeing's preparations for launch. You mentioned the weather, and of course that's a really good one today, as it has been for the previous 2 attempts. We are back at just 10% probability of violation, which is 90% go, and you can see why outside. It's a beautiful view outside. You see the graphic there, 90% go. The only concern is the cumulus cloud rule. And that's because there is a little bit of some convection that they expect to happen right there offshore, closer to T0. We could have some puffy clouds around increasing as a result of the sea breeze coming right off the ocean there. You see the Atlantic Ocean overlooking the launch pad there. That could possibly trigger some cumulus clouds that could pose a risk. That's what they're going to be keeping their eyes on as we go back into the suit-up room. But the threat is low, as I mentioned, only just 10% chance that it could pop up during the T0. We got an update from the launch weather officer, Melody Lovin, and she gave basically what I just told you, that everything is looking good. We're also monitoring the abort corridor, which is up the eastern seaboard. I'll talk more about that in another hit later on in the launch broadcast. But overall, that chance for it being an issue is also low. So we're looking good here from Hangar AE. We'll send it back to Megan, Mike, and Dee.
Thank you so much to Lauren, Dylan, and Daryl. And here we are again in the suit-up room. We actually just witnessed Butch finish his suit leak check, and we know that because now his visor is unzipped. He's moved over to the right chair. And that suit leak check, Mike, let's explain it for some people who might not know what that is and why it's so important.
So as I'm sure our viewing audience knows, that we don't just wear our suits because they look good, and not just because we have to, but they serve a great purpose. So if you fly in an airplane, they talk about if the cabin were to depressurize, you should put the little mask in front of your face. Well, if our spacecraft for some reason would have a big leak, this is the second layer of protection. The suits will keep us from suffering any problems from being in a vacuum or low pressure. So
While Butch and Suni are preparing with their spacesuits, we are getting another update. The blue team has crossed into the hazard area. Spacecraft coordinator Glenn Davis here in the launch control room will be responsible for monitoring and tracking the team's movement via PAT cameras. Meanwhile, would like to welcome our one of the best friend and moderator, Vlad, and I guess now it's a comfortable voice level which you are asking for. And also we are having today Delphine. Thanks for joining us, Delphine. And would like to mention Delphine is constantly asking us to make a video on STS-7, but as I said you, Delphine, we are having some trouble with our YouTube account. So as soon as these problems will be solved, we will be updating and uploading the video on the channel. So please bear with us until that time. And thanks again for joining us for today's live. Hope you will enjoy the stream.
time, and we brought in these new modern ones that you see Butch and Sunny sitting in for the commercial crew program. And these suits are really neat because they are very lightweight. And when you're flying rockets, you know, the lighter the weight things are, better. The launch and entry suits that we wore on shuttle and have modified. Here's Sunny zipping her helmet. So it's not really a helmet; it's more of a visor, a hoodie. I think you said last time, Megan. And it zips instead of clicks with a big metal ring. So this actually saves a lot of weight and still keeps things safe. But we still need head protection, so the headset that we wear actually is a crew headset or crew head protection assembly or something. We call it a chippa. It actually provides the bump resistance that we need to have that a hard helmet would have. So we have to wear a chippa and then the visor. Now you can see Sunny starting to inflate her suit.
Is it more comfortable to be in that reclined position? So that's why we are using these recliners for this particular test?
Yes, it's not just more comfortable, but it's more flight-like. That's it's mimicking the position we are in our seats on launch. So it's a slightly reclined seat with our legs kind of sticking up. So this position is much more what the suit was designed for, and that's why we test in it. And it's also comfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, these new suits obviously debuting with this flight. Dee, can you tell us a little bit about these suits? I mean, you guys developed it, Boeing developed it with a company called David Clark, yeah?
That is correct. So as you can see there, first, the entire suit, helmet down to tennis shoes, are about 20 pounds, which is lighter than the original spacesuits. They're very mobile, easy to move in. They also come with gloves that are touchscreen friendly for our astronauts as they do their operations within the Starliner. And also something to note is in this room, you'll see two groups of people.
A short update. The blue team has arrived at the base of the launch pad. And to Vlad, I'm referring, yes, these problems are for that monetization of the channel, and right now we don't want to take any more risk. Maybe for that, next time when we will be reapplying, it can get rejected. So for that, we are not taking right now any kind of risk regarding any kind of upcoming issues that can come.
So NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain, raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. He is married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have two beautiful daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. And before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then in 2014 he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41 to the International Space Station. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
And Suni Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Suni's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman to test flight on an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Suni has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Suni was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts. She's married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
And right now, Suni is maintaining a comfortable position while her suit is getting inflated and going through the checks. I've worked with Butch and Suni pretty much since they both joined the astronaut office. Suni came in 1998, Butch in year 2000, and we've been a really good team together working, and I really admire their professionalism. There's a lot riding on their shoulders for this mission, and they're up for it, and they're ready for to go flying today.
And they seem like they're in really good spirits. Again, we saw...
Now we are getting an update. The blue team has arrived on level 12 of the crew access tower to resume their work on Starliner following Atlas V fueling operations. The ULA technicians on the team will enter the White Room first to ensure safe working conditions, deploy the access platforms, and inflate the environmental seal against the capsule's exterior.
Tower to board Starliner in a process we call ingress. And then once ingress is complete, the pad team will close Starliner's hatch. They will then make sure the spacecraft is sealed properly by conducting a cabin leak check. About 11 minutes before launch, the crew access arm, which is that long suspended walkway you'll see the astronauts use to get to Starliner, you're going to see that retract to the tower, and then different teams will then take part in a poll to confirm they are ready and configured for terminal count before liftoff. Around 15 minutes after launch, Starliner will separate from the Centaur upper stage. And at 31 minutes into launch, the orbital insertion burn begins to get Starliner into a stable orbit. Now, if you have any questions about this mission over the next couple of hours, just send those our way. Just jump on X, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And we look forward to hearing from you. All you have to do is use the hashtag AskNASA to send those questions in. Okay, so a live look back into the suit-up room. We want to keep going back to this room because, again, that's where the astronauts are and all the action is happening. Looks like Suni has completed her check. She has unzipped her visor. Mike, that chippa, what you were saying, is what she just removed from her head, and that's where all the comms are, right?
Exactly. So that's our headset and head protection set. And so they're a little bit heavier than the headsets that we're wearing, but they serve a lot of the same purpose and any bump protection that's needed.
And so now they kind of have some downtime, right? I mean, you were in the room with them for launch attempt number 1. What kind of happens after the suit leak checks are complete?
Yes, so we are on a very detailed timeline, and one of the things that Butch and Suni are testing out for crew flight tests is what it would be like when we fly 4 people. So the Starliner is sized for the NASA missions to go take 4 people to the International Space Station. To minimize risk to everyone, we're going to only fly 2 today, and 2 people. So, but our timeline's built for 4. So there's throughout the day, Butch and Suni are going to have to wait just a little bit. Also, they're really experienced. The whole team is really experienced by now. This is our 3rd launch attempt, so I'm sure we're going to stay ahead of the timeline today, which is important in our business for sure.
And it really has been impressive to watch them go through these different launch attempts. Everybody just acting so professionally and doing things as if they're second nature, because at this point it is, right? Even prior to the first launch attempt, all of these integrated teams have been rehearsing together for a very long time.
Indeed, and today is a great day to put on a spacesuit and climb into a spacecraft and go launch.
And so, speaking of today, Butch and Suni, they woke up just after 3:30 this morning, and then they went in for some medical checks, followed by a weather briefing, and then they started to suit up. And they've been in quarantine now, Mike, since April 22nd. We know what they did between launch attempts 1 and 2. You know, they were able to return to Houston to help troubleshoot some of the issues that we had between those 2 launch attempts, spend some more time with family, still in quarantine, of course. And then the time between our attempt on Saturday and now, do they have some time to enjoy some of the beautiful sights here we have in Florida?
Oh, absolutely. I talked with Butch and Suni yesterday, and with their 2 flight doctors and the flight surgeons. And Butch was able to go fishing yesterday. He saw the sunrise. He saw manatees. The alligator was chasing after his bait, apparently. And Suni was able to take a nice run along the beach. And she didn't run into. She saw some sea turtles, and you know, those are very beautiful things here in Florida. And we have a lot of great things in Houston, a lot of great nature things, but Florida is indeed special. And Butch and Suni got this last taste of Earth, if you would, of terrestrial life before they get to go to space and be away from all of these things such as weather and sand and sea turtles.
And to be clear, all of the things that you just described right here at Kennedy Space Center, you know, Kennedy Space Center is huge, and it does afford us some of those beautiful opportunities you said, fishing and also running. So still in quarantine, still abiding by the rules, you know, required of them before launch, but they did get to enjoy some downtime.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to take anything up to the International Space Station. Those people aboard Space Station have been away for months from terrestrial germs, and we have an important mission to do. So
Now we are getting another update. The blue team has verified oxygen readings and confirmed no toxic vapors in the white room. They have received the go to proceed with their work.
With NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim A.
Thanks so much, Dee, and welcome back once again to Mission Control at NASA's Johnson Space Center. I'm NASA's Brandy Dean.
And I'm Jim May with Boeing. The flight control team here in Houston, they're well rested and they're ready to get back to work preparing to see Starliner safely through its first ascent with crew on board. The team's been training pretty hard for this. We've got hundreds of simulations and now a couple live scrub launches, so they're ready to get Starliner into space.
Yeah, I would say they're not going anywhere until Starliner does. The flight control team is again led by Flight Director Mike Lammers, who you see here in the view sitting next to Flight Director Rick Henfling. Henfling's working alongside him to keep an eye on the weather. And then further down the row on Lammers' other side, we have Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick acting as today's Capcom.
You'll hear him communicating with Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams on the team's behalf. He'll be filing all of his experience away as he prepares for the next Starliner flight. He's assigned as a mission specialist on Starliner 1.
So the team here today returned to their consoles around 4 a.m. Central this morning, and they've been working closely with the teams in Florida just under 4 hours before launch. Once everything was activated and ready for them, the Boeing Mission Control Center team in Florida handed control of Starliner over to the folks here in Houston, and they'll be the ones sending any commands to Starliner from now on.
But if all goes well, you won't hear too much from them today as they move through the countdown with their colleagues in Florida. Their time to shine really starts at liftoff, but some of the key calls they'll make before include switching Starliner from ground power to battery power, and with the crew's help, activating the launch abort system. And of course, Lammers will also be speaking on behalf of his team when he gives a go or no-go to the launch conductor during the final poll 7 minutes before launch.
At liftoff, they'll work hand in hand with the ULA team, who's controlling the Atlas rocket, lifting Starliner into orbit. For the first minute and a half of flight, we'll have Atlas and its solid rocket boosters providing the initial lift to get Starliner going. And then in the final stretch of launch, we'll see the second stage Centaur engines finish the job of getting Starliner to orbit.
They'll be done with their job about 12 minutes into Starliner's flight and then be jettisoned 3 minutes later. After that, Starliner will be on its own to make the journey to the International Space Station.
So let's take a closer look at the details of what to expect during Starliner's descent, coming up at 10:52, Eastern this afternoon.
Right now we are getting an update that the blue team will prepare Starliner crew cabin for flight. 8 specialists from United Launch Alliance and the Boeing Corporation, known as the Blue Team, will load astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams into Starliner spacecraft during the Atlas V rocket's countdown. Then close the hatch and perform leak checks. Now, as you are seeing on your screen, a flight profile for today's mission. At T plus 5 minutes, aeroskirts jettisons will occur. Then coming up at T plus 12 minutes, main engine cutoff, that is MECO, and following by spacecraft separation at T plus 15 minutes. And at T plus 31 minutes, the orbital insertion burn will take place. So while Suni and Butch is preparing for their mission today, let's look into the spacecraft or the rocket and let's learn about it a little more. Today's launch vehicle is Atlas V rocket, a spacecraft modified specifically for the Boeing CST-100 Starliner spacecraft. The Atlas V Starliner configuration does not include a payload fairing. Instead, the Starliner's insulated surface takes the place of the fairing to protect the crewed spacecraft during ascent. The vehicle's height with the Boeing CST-100 Starliner is approximately 172 feet. The CST-100 Starliner is attached to the Atlas V using a launch vehicle adapter or LVA which also includes an aeroskirt to reduce the aerodynamic loads on the vehicle. The aeroskirt is jettisoned for improved performance following booster stage separation. Then coming up next, we got the Centaur second stage, which is 10 feet in diameter and 14.1 feet in length. Its propellant tanks are pressure stabilized and constructed of corrosion resistant stainless steel. Centaur is a cryogenic vehicle fueled with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The Atlas V configuration for this mission is powered by dual RL-10A 4.2 engines, each providing 22,600 pounds of force, that is 100.5 kilonewtons of thrust. The cryogenic tanks are insulated with a combination of helium-purged blankets, radiation shields, and spray-on foams insulation, that is SOFI. The Centaur followed adapter, that is the CFA, provides structural mountings for the fault-tolerant avionics systems and electrical interfaces with spacecraft. The Centaur also includes an emergency detection system, that is EDS, that monitors for crucial hazards to detect an imminent or occurring failure. The EDS, that is the emergency detection system, also provides critical in-flight data which supports jettison of the ascent cover and indicates CST-100 Starliner spacecraft separation. Next we got the booster, which is 12.5 feet in diameter and 106 feet in length. The booster's tanks are structurally rigid and constructed of isogrid aluminum barrels, spun-formed aluminum domes, and inter-tank skirts. Booster propulsion is provided by RD-180 engine system, a single engine with true thrust chambers. The RD-180 burns rocket-grade kerosene, that is RP1 propellant, or highly purified kerosene you can say, and liquid oxygen, and delivers 3.83 meganewtons of force, or you can say of thrust, at sea level. Two solid rocket boosters, that is the SRBs, generate the additional power required at liftoff, with each SRB providing 1.55 meganewtons of thrust. The Centaur avionics system provides guidance, flight control, and vehicle sequencing functions during the booster and Centaur phases of flight.
For crew safety.
All right, and now we will check in with NASA's Daryl Nell over at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you, Dylan and Lauren. And back here at Hangar AE and out at the pad, you can see beautiful skies above. We talked about the weather at the top of the show. Only 90%, I say only 90% go, which is a fantastic weather forecast here at the pad. But we also have weather that we're tracking along the ascent corridor, and let's talk about that a little bit. We have a graphic to show you how once that rocket lifts off from the pad, this is the track that it will take along the eastern seaboard, and you can see it there all the way up just past Newfoundland on this particular view here. And what it shows you is along that path there are areas in which, if needed, the Starliner could abort off the top of the rocket and go into the ocean. And there's a number of them. And now we have an arm wrestling contest between Joe Acaba and Butch Wilmore. Oh, no, not right hand, lefty. Oh, here we go. Let's take this in.
Now we are getting some update. The ULA members of the blue team have completed their task to verify the white room integrity and set up equipment. That has resulted in the go to the Boeing members of the team to proceed with opening of the Starliner hatch. Next, we are getting an update that the Starliner hatch has been opened and we are standing by for the astronauts to depart their quarters.
He beat him. So there you go. Joe Acaba wins one, and he's wins against Sunny. Let's send it back now to the host desk.
Yeah, this is a fun moment. As Daryl mentioned, usually it's a card game. That's a tradition that dates back to many missions ago. And the point is for just to have some laughs. No, the point is what, Mike?
So the point is to try to get the bad luck out. It looks like the crew's about to leave the suit room, but I'll say this is that with Starliner, we're making our own new traditions, and apparently the card game didn't work for us the first two times, so we're going with something classic and true. And
Yeah.
universal. Who doesn't know rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah.
I guess there's a lizard and a Spock for an advanced version, but we'll go with rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, so as Mike just said, because they have lost to Joe Acaba, they have used up their bad luck. So now they are getting ready, and in a couple of moments, we expect to see them walking out of the suit-up room, and then they'll walk down and out to the waiting crowd here for them. The Astrovan, obviously, to the right side of your screen, that is their ride to their launch pad, and they'll be getting in there for a about 20-minute ride to their launch pad. You see all those partitions because, Mike, there's levels, right, as to how many people can or who can get close to the astronauts because there's quarantine rules again.
Absolutely, we do respect the health stabilization program, and that looks like that's the ULA president Tori Bruno.
Yep.
He's there, and he's the Atlas, excuse me, the ULA team with Atlas and Centaur have been a really great supporter. They work with Boeing to give us a ride to space, and it's nice to see the president of ULA there. And the Astrovan is pretty awesome.
It is a comfortable way to get to their launch pad. It can fit 8 people, really.
Yes, I think today we're going to have just Butch and Sunny. I had a chance to ride with them on their first launch attempt, and there's definitely room for more.
That call out again, 3 hours and less than 30 seconds until liftoff of Boeing's crew flight test.
And I think the crew's supposed to come out in just a minute, and they'll be waving and have a chance to talk to their families. And this is an important moment. We have the
Stand by.
The families are here, and not as much as they were at the very beginning because lots of things have changed. But Butch and Sunny are well supported, and we have a great team that helps support our families, including Kelly Curtis.
LC Slick on channel 1. Go ahead.
The NASA astronaut.
Hatch open, ops are complete. Confined space checks are nominal. Roger.
And there's a call outs among the pad team. So as we said, there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen to make this launch possible. So right now we do have pad team members at the launch pad, and they're readying Starliner for Butch and Sunny's arrival.
It's a well choreographed orchestra today, especially everything seems is going on time, and our family support team has made sure that the crew families are there for their and Butch and Sunny are given the best send off that they can.
And we have some leadership here at Kennedy also here for crew walkout. This is a really cool moment, the final opportunity for the astronauts to say, see you later until their launch. Again, targeting 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time.
The administrator has arrived just in time. Crew's going to step out in just a few moments, and they're going to be. It's really emotionally amazing for us to see all the support that we have from above and below.
And here we go. Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway to depart astronaut crew quarters. Again, armed with roses. This time, it looks like orange or yellow roses. They had red roses the other day, but again, same tradition of handing some of those off to folks who have supported them throughout this mission.
Well, if the yellow roses work this time, I think Starliner 1 will be handing out yellow roses the first time.
Oh, that's wonderful.
But we have a great team at crew quarters, and they're saying a quick prayer of blessing to get all the best for Butch and Suni.
And now they're getting into that elevator.
With life-size posters of Butch and Suni.
A wave from Butch before the doors close. That elevator will then take them down 3 flights.
I think I see their patch. The Butch and Suni patch is on right above the ONC building there, where it has been zapped before, including Demo 2, which is the equivalent flight for Dragon. The Starliner, excuse me, CFT patch is right next to Demo 2.
Yeah. This, of course, are the doors that they're going to walk out of to greet family and friends. And NASA astronauts launching from Florida have walked out of these same doors again since Apollo 7 in 1968. These mission stickers were added around the frame starting in the shuttle era. And as you said, Butch and Suni's mission sticker is already there.
And I'll tell you, it is a real thrill and an honor. I can't express it of how cool it is for those doors to open and you walk out to your ride to the launch pad, and your family, your friends, everybody's there to support you. And it's like, all right, we're going to go do this. And Butch and Suni are amazed today.
You know, and Butch and Suni designed their mission patch, and every detail has meaning. The 7 stars in the background represent the astronauts who travel to space as part of the Mercury program. The astronaut symbol at the bottom between Butch and Suni's names represent all who will follow in their footsteps after this flight. The orange border is a nod to this being a flight test. Earth's blue marbling represents Suni's love of the ocean.
Wait.
And of course, you have Starliner and the Atlas V rocket there in the middle, with the ISS above it, signifying Starliner's first destination in space.
Now, earlier in the show, we asked you to submit your Ask NASA questions on social media, so let's take a look and answer some of those now. This is from Bailey Schwartz. How do the astronauts mentally prepare for leaving?
And that's a really good question, and we've talked about it some already. Is that we're in order to be mentally prepared, we have to know our stuff and be professional. So Butch and Suni have passed all their exams and all of the simulations. We've helped they've be with Starliner since the beginning, so they are ready to go with their knowledge. But they're also emotionally ready to go too. Their families giving them support, their friends have giving them support, and the rest of the team is there for them. So they are ready to go. It could be a little scary, but for us, we really just feel that the only thing that we really want on a launch pad is to do our part and not let down the rest of our team.
There's absolutely no way I think that you guys can let down your team. Absolutely not. We know that you, the astronauts, work as hard as everyone else, and this is going to be a great moment for both Butch and Suni. And so we are now about 15 seconds from when we expect to see Butch and Suni walk out of those historic doors, again out of the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building here at Kennedy.
And here it comes.
Here they come, our CFT crew taking their first steps outside for their historic flight test to the International Space Station. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams. Pausing for a second, a wave from both of them as they walk on over to family and friends. I think they're throwing out mission patches. Was that it?
Yeah, Butch definitely likes to share the joy.
And again, they had a couple more roses, which they've handed out to folks here in the crowd.
We can see astronaut Doug Wheelock, who came down to support the family. He's also getting some good video to document for family archives this special moment.
And Doug Wheelock and Suni Williams were in the same astronaut class, right? 1998.
1998. The Penguins, we called them.
You know, I like that. My high school mascot was a penguin. playing to the crowd as they always are. They have great personalities. They're really keeping up all the energy, getting everybody pumped for this historic mission.
And this goes back to our question from Bailey, is that this is how we prepare for a mission mentally, right? We take the joy and the energy from our teammates and our friends and family here. They're going to take it to the launch pad, and they're going to be ready for flight.
A couple more words here. Planned time to leave is about 3 hours and 20 minutes from launch, so they still have a little over 2 minutes left. Making their way down to other folks. A crowd following them to take some photos, some videos. The Astrovan door open and ready for when they want to hop in.
And this is all carefully choreographed. The spacecraft hatch is open, and the convoy to go to the launch pad, which will drive by here, will have to arrive just in time. So everything is down to the minute. And on the first round, I had to.
Now we are getting another update. The astronauts are en route to the launch site. Commander Butch Williams and pilot Suni Williams, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams just emerged from NASA's crew quarters in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at Kennedy Space Center to board Boeing's crew transport vehicle that will drive the astronauts to Atlas V launch pad.
Make their way to that Astrovan door.
We can see Boeing's astronaut liaison, Megan Donaldson, getting a hug there. She has been such a great help to keep the crew and Boeing management and Boeing team in sync, as well as to make sure they stay on time. And that's why they're on time today. Thanks, Megan. Good job.
Oh, not me. Got it.
Well. And thank you to you, Megan Cruz.
All right, the door now closing. Also riding along with them will be the driver and a backup driver. The driver for all 3 attempts has been Rodney Perry. Again, thinks his job is so cool. You know, what an amazing, unique opportunity. And then we also have the backup driver.
That's right. The backup driver is Blake Poston. You know, he's riding in the passenger. He monitors the radio and gets minute-by-minute updates on the spacecraft and rocket. He typically handles transportation logistics for Boeing's space programs, and of course, he is excited to be here for this mission.
Yeah, both really cool opportunities to be a part of this flight test. Now they will have a full security escort. Again, the drive will take about 20 minutes. And here they go. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams now en route to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station's Launch Pad 41.
Go Butch, go Suni.
Woohoo! Even more people there in the parking lot, waving, taking pictures, sending their well wishes to the pair.
Yeah, the team here at Kennedy Space Center is definitely, they've been focused on a lot of things, a lot of other launches, but today they're there to support Starliner and Atlas and getting ready for the crew flight test today.
And as they make their way to the launch pad, we want to remind you that both Butch and Suni are experienced naval aviators. So actually we have some old school pictures here. Suni back in the day, you know, she initially wanted to be a diver in the Navy, but said she watched the original Top Gun movie and decided to go to flight school. So actually she was a helicopter pilot for the Navy. And then here's a picture of Butch. Fun fact, he was a real Top Gun pilot. He's there on the far left. Now, I mention all this because given their backgrounds, it's only fitting, right, that they wanted...
LC Slick on Channel 1. Go ahead, Slick. Crew transport convoy is en route to LC-41. Estimated arrival at the roadblock is at L-307.
Roger.
that they wanted clips from the Top Gun Maverick movie playing in the Astrovan to get them all hyped up for their test flight to space. But my question for you, Mike, as you rode with them the first time, is are they actually watching that? Because my impression is they're making a lot of phone calls while they drive in the Astrovan to people they want to thank, right?
Oh, yes. Butch.
OSM, LC. OSM. Crew transport convoy is en route to pad. Permit entry into FHA.
Roger.
So that was launch conductor Doug Lebo giving permission for the crew to go into the the hazard area,
flight hazard
area, so that when the van gets there, they don't have to wait and go through security, because we know that's always fun. So they're gonna get the speed pass to go through. So Butch and Sunny really have appreciated the team that we're all part of, and astronauts get a lot of credit because we're at the tip of the rocket, tip of the spear, if you would. But we really do appreciate everybody who's worked hard for Starliner mission. It's been a long time coming, and so Butch and Sunny took some time in the previous flights for them to call their different teammates and along the way and show appreciation. And I know if even though they're my friends, if they were ever call me, I know how excited I would be. And this is a pretty neat thing.
Yeah. Now let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things in mission control at Johnson Space Center.
Thanks, Megan. There are no issues being worked so far today at Mission Control in Houston. Things are going smoothly as the team works through their timeline. One of the first things they did after coming on console was a weather briefing with the crew in crew quarters. Starliner's luck with weather continues as they again had few concerns to discuss. Weather's looking good for today's launch. And then a little less than an hour ago, the team here in Houston took control of Starliner.
And at the moment, they're working in a little bit more of a monitor mode, keeping the spacecraft stable while Butch and Sunny head to the pad, and while the teams at Kennedy Space Center prepare Starliner for their arrival. Once the crew gets strapped into their seats and the hatches closed, things here will start to pick back up as we perform cabin leak checks and monitor Starliner's life support systems, which are hosting crew for the first time into space.
And then in the last 20 minutes before launch, there are a few important actions they'll work through, switching Starliner to internal power and working with the crew to activate the launch abort system. They'll also stay ready to respond to any issues that arise between now and launch, such as the suit fan problem they had to troubleshoot on Saturday about 13 minutes before launch. We saw an increase in voltage on those fans, so they turned off, and the team here in Mission Control was able to quickly work to get them turned back on and ready for launch.
And this carefully choreographed pre-launch process has been practiced many times as a fully integrated team, with all of us sitting here in these same seats as our final set of training to prepare for Butch and Sunny's mission today.
And of course, all of this is aiming to get the crewed Starliner to the International Space Station for its crewed flight test. So let's check in again with the destination, the International Space Station. Rob Navius is with the Space Station Flight Control Team, standing by to give us an update.
Thanks, Brandy. With the white flight control room down the hall, poised to take over Starliner mission operations at liftoff of the Atlas V rocket. The flight controllers in this room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, are ready to collaborate with their colleagues once Starliner moves into integrated operations just after 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. That'll be about 3 hours prior to Starliner's scheduled docking. Now, once the new spacecraft is docked to the station's Harmony module, there'll be a period of about 2 hours to conduct leak checks on both sides of the Starliner Harmony docking interface before the hatches will swing open, allowing Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams to enter the station, the place they have both called home on previous missions. Wilmore and Williams will configure Starliner systems for docked operations, then will join the 7 Expedition's 71 crew members for a typical safety briefing. That will be conducted by Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos, who yesterday marked 1,000 days in space on this, his 5th mission. The Starliner crew will then begin to transfer equipment to the station from their spacecraft and settle in for their visit. Countdown clocks are ticking backward as we close in on the launch of this test flight, and we are ready here in Houston. So let's turn it back to you guys at the Cape and our continuing coverage.
Starliner, that's NASA's Boeing crew flight test, will validate the transportation system, including the launch pad, rocket, spacecraft, in-orbit operational capabilities, and return to Earth with astronauts aboard. NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams will fly Starliner for about 1 week stay aboard the space station. The Starliner and crew will land under parachutes and an airbag assisted landing in the western United States. Also, it is worth mentioning that their stay aboard the space station is, you can say, it's the time frame is a kind of elastic, that maybe they can stay a little more days aboard the space station, or if any requirement arises, they will leave the space station few days before. This is the Boeing's second flight test to the International Space Station and the third Starliner flight test overall, following a second orbital flight test, the uncrewed mission, also known as OFT-2, back in May 2022.
Orbit the moon, and their Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft will be assembled in that very vehicle assembly building. Check out what's already in work for NASA's return to the moon.
Now coming up to Boeing's CST-100 Starliner, which is a full service system. The program provides all elements needed to transport crew and cargo to and from low Earth orbit destinations, including crew training and missions planning, spacecraft and launch vehicle assembly, integration and testing, and crew and cargo recovery. The goal is to provide safe, reliable, and sustainable access to space, beginning with missions to International Space Station and with NASA as a flagship customer. In 2014, Boeing was awarded up to $4.2 billion by NASA to build, test, and fly the Starliner. The contract includes 6 service missions as well as an uncrewed and a crewed flight test to ISS. On your screen, you can see a breakup of the Starliner module. So for a Starliner module, it contains 12 reaction control system, that is RCS thrusters, which produces 100 pounds of force each. Then coming up to service module, we got 28 RCS thrusters with 85 pounds of force producing each of them. Now the Starliner crew module also consists of 20 orbital maneuvering and attitude control, that is OMAC thrusters, which produces 1500 pounds of force each. And lastly, they also have 4 launch abort engines, which produces 40,000 pounds of force each. Starliner's height, including the crew module and the service module, is 16.5 feet. Starliner is designed to fit a maximum crew of 7, but NASA mission will carry a crew of 4 to 5. The crew modules are designed to fly up to 10 missions. The service modules are made for each mission separately. Boeing has already flown 2 uncrewed flight tests. After the crewed flight test, Boeing is on contract with NASA to fly 6 long-duration crew rotation missions to ISS. Future Starliner missions depends on NASA's need for station crews and commercial demands. Also, it is worth mentioning that the Boeing are selling the extra 5th seat on NASA missions. Potential customers include commercial and government-sponsored astronauts and even private citizens flying as tourists. So maybe we can apply and hope we can visit the ISS one day. Starliner is also planned to be used for crew transportation to Blue Origin's upcoming Orbital Reef commercial space station. About the duration to reach ISS, on a Starliner crew module is that the most flights on operational missions will be about 6 to 12 hours from launch to docking, but times will vary on specific missions depending on launch and rendezvous requirements. Starliner can fly not only on an Atlas V rocket but also on other launch vehicles. Starliner is designed to be launch vehicle agnostic and is compatible with various current and future launch vehicles in Atlas V's class. For this mission, Starliner will land on any one of the identified 5 landing sites in the western United States. There are 2 on the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico, 1 on the Dugway providing ground in Utah, 1 on the Wilcox Playa in Arizona, and 1 on Edwards Air Force Base in California.
They, of course, did it during the first launch attempt, so we'll see if they decide to do that today. They may just go straight over to the elevators and head up. Of course, this is the 3rd time for both Butch and Suni to go through these motions with 3 different spacecraft and 3 different rockets. They both have ridden on the shuttle and the Soyuz in the past, but they really love Starliner. They have talked about just the agility, the nimbleness of the spacecraft, and they really can't wait to get up there and put their hands on it and do some manual piloting, as well as, of course, the automated piloting that it is made to do. We've even heard Butch joke a little bit about some of the things he can do in Starliner. He said that...
Yes, sir, I'm sure you're aware, but if not, the level 12 visual cameras are out of configuration.
Repeat that, please.
The level 12 visual cameras are out of configuration for proper monitoring.
All right.
What are you looking for?
So it looks like the
I was curious if
Astrovan is pulling into the pad at this moment. Dylan, this crew feels very confident with their ride to space on the Atlas, which has a 100% mission success rate.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Crew transport vehicle is into the pad.
Roger.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren.
Clear to proceed to level 12.
Roger.
The Atlas V Starliner configuration was designed with a commitment to safety, and it's one of the most reliable rockets in the world. But in this configuration, we carry an extra layer of safety for the specialized duty of launching astronauts to the International Space Station. We have an emergency detection system, we call it EDS for short, that was developed by our engineers to enhance the protection of astronauts riding atop Atlas V by autonomously monitoring the health of the launch vehicle. If the EDS detects an impending anomaly, it can trigger an abort faster than any human could possibly do so.
Okay. Roger.
But the astronauts also have a capability to trigger a manual abort if that's required. Along with that EDS system, we also have a dedicated ascent flight control team on console in Denver during this and any human spaceflight mission. This team monitors the health and performance of the rocket during ascent to space. Our engineers provide real-time status and collaborate directly with NASA's Flight Director and Mission Control Houston. When you hear the call sign Atlas, that's our ascent lead, and he'll be providing real-time telemetry data from the rocket and provide continued situational awareness. As the crew arrives out at the pad, the rocket remains ready, waiting on the opening of today's launch window.
Roger.
At this point on the launch pad, all the activity is really up on that crew access tower. You mentioned the blue team. There are 3 ULA personnel on that blue team. These individuals are performing the initial safety checks of the tower in the white room prior to starting Starliner closeouts. And once the crew is loaded and Starliner is closed out, they'll prepare the crew access arms hydraulic system for arm retract, which we will control remotely from the LCC once the pad is clear. They'll also be retracting the Starliner access plank and raising the white room environmental seal. Once all that work is done, the entire blue team will clear the pad and head back for the fallback area for launch. But right now, things are going very, very well with the rocket. As you can see, things seem to be going well. The crew access tower is ready, and the team here is hoping for cool runnings as we march toward liftoff.
All right, and as we see the astronauts coming out there on level 12, we will send it back over to Dee, Megan, and Mike.
Yeah, so Butch and Sunny arriving on level 12 of the crew access tower, as we've been saying. We do just want to reference a little bit of the chatter that we heard on the loops just a couple of minutes ago. Somebody was saying that the cameras are out of configuration in level 12. That's, again, just this level, like outside. Nothing with the rocket or the spacecraft. It's just right.
You can see Sunny hanging around the access tower, getting a view down to the launch pad and waving hands to the people around. Meanwhile, we got an update that the Boeing's crew transport vehicle with NASA's astronaut Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams has arrived at Space Launch Complex 41 to begin boarding their Starliner spacecraft atop the Atlas V rocket. Launch remains scheduled just for over 3 hours from now. The astronaut will take the elevator to level 12 of the pad's crew access tower, which they already did, while the CTV convoy departs the complex and heads to the safe fallback area.
Spacecraft, so an amazing, unique view from this level as well before they get into Starliner.
And we didn't mention it last time, Megan and Dee, but this white room is also configurable for other customers for the United Launch Alliance, including the Dream Chaser, which is
LC Slick on channel 1.
Coming again soon.
Go ahead. Crew is on CAT level 12. We can release the CTV back to the fallback area.
Roger.
And as we zoom out a little bit again.
Next update which we are getting, that we are now exactly 3 hours away from the liftoff. Blue team operations continues to progress smoothly at the pad, while launch team members here at the Advanced Space Flight Operations Center monitors the health and status of the rocket systems. The astronauts have made their way from Kennedy Space Center to the launch site. Liftoff remains targeted for exactly 10:52 a.m. Eastern Daytime, which will be 14:52 hours UTC.
Chat.
Yes, it's good to it's good to see that the crew transport vehicle has cleared the area. That means we're expecting the crew not to have to come back today, and we'll send them up to space, and their next stop would be the International Space Station.
Again, it's important for teams to monitor exactly how many people are at the launch pad in that flight hazard area, because we are, fingers crossed, launching a rocket today.
Well, we'll find out in 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 47 seconds.
That's right. And here they go. Butch and Sunny walking across the crew access arm. Their way into the white room there.
LCSYS on 1.
Before they get into Starliner.
Go ahead.
Step 170, L1 balloon cycle task is complete.
Now, here in the White Room, we have some other pad team members here. Obviously, they're all good friends, having a good time, and now a prayer before they get down to business.
Yeah, we've had a chance to get to know our pad team very
CTV
well.
has departed the pad.
And the CTV
Roger.
is out of the area. And what's really neat is that the Boeing pad team, this is not their day job. They have other jobs in the company, and then today they all get together and help the launch, get the crew inside the Starliner, and get ready for launch.
Now, in the first launch attempt, after this moment, we saw Butch and Sunny sign a mission patch that is off camera right now, but it is to the left of that hatch. You know, again, traditions are so important to us here at NASA.
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Roger. Please advise the CTV they are clear to proceed to the south fallback.
Roger.
At NASA and with our partners, so taking that opportunity to leave their mark, literally, in the White Room there.
As you are seeing right now, the flight crew already headed across the crew access arm to the White Room now.
Butch to start ingressing into Starliner. Sunny is making a phone call. This is also something that astronauts get the chance to do, and Sunny has made phone calls for the two of them in these last two launch attempts. And now for this time around, we know she is calling Steve Govain, NASA Commercial Crew Operations Lead. He was with Boeing previously, and before that he trained astronauts on the shuttle program, so like Chris Ferguson, who commanded the last shuttle flight. And Steve worked closely with the crew on hardware, software, and everything in between for a very long time. And he's poured so much into this flight, both with NASA and Boeing. So obviously very deserving of this call from Sunny today.
Oh, I know Steve super well, and he is one of the superstars of the human spaceflight program. I hope he answered the call.
I hope he answers. I think so. She's definitely on the phone with someone. Imagine it's not him. It's like his wife. He's busy right now, Sunny. Can you call him back?
So you can see Butch has donned his chippa, and he checked out his wrist lights. It's sometimes a little dark in the cabin, and if we need to see something, we don't have our cell phones, can't use a little flashlight from the cell phone. So we're getting ready. Butch goes in first, of course. And Butch is almost ready to get inside Starliner. They took his the little protective covers off of his Reeboks tennis shoe boots, and he's getting ready to step inside. And there you can see Sunny is taking the patches, the name tags, off of the pad team.
That's right. It is a tradition that I think dates back, but for Starliner missions, they're going to take the name tags off of all of the pad teammates and attach them, put them inside of the Starliner and fly them with them during their missions. And of course, hopefully bring them back. I'm sure that's a very nice token and treat that this team will appreciate.
And so as we see Butch getting in there, tight squeeze it looks like a little bit. Mike?
Oh yes, but it's definitely there's definitely a lot more leg room than we had in the Soyuz. Maybe a little less than the shuttle, but it's I call it cozy. It's quite comfortable, and it's once Butch gets strapped in all the way and has finished his checks, he might have a few extra moments for another micro nap. I know I would if I were there.
Micro naps are important. Power naps, yeah. Take it when you can, right? You have they have a long journey ahead of them for this flight test.
But also goes to show that they're calm, cool, and collected and ready for the flight.
First aboard Starliner tonight is CFT Mission Commander Butch Wilmore, a retired US Navy captain and veteran of 2 previous space flights to the space station. Wilmore earned degrees from Tennessee Technological University in Electrical Engineering and the University of Tennessee in Aviation Systems. And he is married and having 2 daughters.
Across some of the other seats to get into what we call the commander seat that he's sitting in there, and Sunny will sit right next to him to his right, which we've seen in the last couple of launch attempts as they've suited up and gotten strapped into their seats here. Sunny won't start her ingressing, as we call it, or just getting into their seats until Butch is completely done. So the whole process takes about 15 to 20 minutes. So when the pad team finishes up with Butch, then they will start getting Sunny in. And she is just standing right outside in the white room as we saw her make that first phone call. We are expecting her to maybe make a second phone call. So we will wait and see who that lucky person is. But you see there the two pad team members, Armando and Garrett, who are helping get Butch in there. He's got a couple of leg straps that they're working on right now. One of those straps goes over his feet, one goes over his leg area, and then he also has like a 5-point harness strap that goes across his body. These seats are built custom to fit height ranges from 4'11" all the way up to 6'4". So they are made for all sizes, and they are also made of aluminum. And then there in front of Butch, his console is a unique mix of lots of screens, switches, and knobs. And then he also has 2 hand controllers there, which I mentioned earlier. He'll be able to use those hand controllers to actually manually fly Starliner, doing some demonstrations about an hour after they get into orbit. And so as our continuing coverage goes on, you'll be able to follow along as he and Sunny do that and really put the spacecraft through the ringer. You know, it is built to be autonomous, but Starliner has 2 special modes that can be used in certain circumstances. And those are things that these test pilots are going to test out on this mission. It is what this is all about. So the first part of it, they will actually take those hand controllers and be able to kind of point and aim the spacecraft into different ways. And then on the way back, after they've spent some time at the ISS, then they will actually put it in a backup mode. And that is a very unique mode where we could lose all the computer systems on Starliner and they could still fly the spacecraft back home safely to Earth, land it in the desert, and actually, as Butch will say, they could land on the bullseye. So they feel very great about having those capabilities.
The astronauts are beginning ingress into the Starliner, taking their seats in the spacecraft. Teams will assist in a series of checks, including umbilical hookups, communication checks, and suit checks. The astronaut will also check the spacecraft so they are ready for the flight.
A little bit of psychology behind it, the impacts of feeling like you have
CDR, Tech 5 on air to ground 1. How you read me?
We're hearing
CDR, got you loud and clear. How many? Copy, got you loud and clear, CDR. CDR, perform comm check on air to ground 1 with MCC.
Houston Starliner, a CDR. How do you read?
Starliner, it's Houston. We have you loud and clear on air to ground 1. Butch, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, team.
CDR, report on air to ground 1 that we are ready to power Sloop Fan Bravo.
This guy is full of energy.
Starliner, we're ready to power Sloop Fan Bravo.
Roger that. Houston is also ready for Suit Fan Bravo, so you'll go on the Eclipse control panel, Suit Fan Bravo to on.
All right, here we go.
All right. Butch powering his suit fan on. You've heard a couple of comm checks there actually between the pad team member you see working at the top with Butch and Butch himself, and then as well as Butch back and forth between Josh Kutrick, who will be on Starliner 1. Butch was a former flight test instructor at Edwards Air Force Base.
Good airflow.
All right. Good airflow. As I was saying, Butch was a former flight test instructor at Edwards Air Force Base with a Master of Science in Aviation Systems. So let's hear more about the retired U.S. Navy captain and CFT commander.
A large part of the desire within us is to do things that are of benefit to others. In this job, we get to do things that are of benefit truly for all mankind as we explore the heavens that not many people get to experience, true, but we don't go just to get the experience. It's about the team and it's about the benefit that it brings. My name is Butch Wilmore, and I am the commander for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test mission to the International Space Station.
Now, as we approach the final countdown, let's walk through the key events leading up to the launch. 3 hours and 10 minutes before the launch, the crew module preparation begins, setting the stage for the mission ahead, which we already passed through. Next, at 2 hours and 50 minutes to launch, the crew arrives and gets ready for insertion into the spacecraft, which is now in undergoing process. With 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining, the hatch closure is completed, sealing the crew inside the Starliner. Moving forward to 50 minutes before liftoff, cabin leak checks and cabin pressurization are completed, ensuring the spacecraft's integrity. Then at 35 minutes to launch, the crew conducts the SG communication checks. Moving on, at 22 minutes before launch, we have the flight director poll, where the flight director's team gives a go no-go decision for the terminal count. This is a critical moment in the pre-launch sequence. Following that, at 20 minutes to launch, the crew configures their visors for the launch phase. As we edge closer, 18 minutes before liftoff, the Starliner undergoes its poll for terminal count and switches to internal power. This signifies that the spacecraft is now operating independently. Just 3 minutes later, at 15 minutes to go, the countdown net 1 switches to AG1. 11 minutes before the launch, the crew access arm is retracted, clearing the way for the final countdown. At 7 minutes to launch, the Atlas V rocket undergoes its poll for terminal count, and simultaneously the Starliner is configured for terminal count as well. With 5 minutes left, the Starliner is now configured for the ascent. As the clock ticks down to 4 minutes, the 4-minute hold is released, marking the final preparatory step. Now, with 0 seconds left on the clock, it's time for the Atlas V rocket and the Starliner to launch, carrying the crew into space.
And I think one of the coolest things about this team is that Butch, Sunny, and Mike as well have come over and spent time with us here at the launch site.
A checklist. Good. All right, CDR, report on air to ground 1 that we are ready to perform suit growth leak check.
And Houston, Starliner, ready to perform CDR suit growth leak check.
Houston copies, and we're ready for CDR gross suit leak check.
All right, here we go.
Right now, the suit leak
So Lauren,
checks
as I
are
was saying, I think it's
going
so cool
on.
that they've taken the time out to get to know our team as well. They, like I said, Butch, Sunny, and Mike have come over specifically to meet with our team.
Report good airflow.
I have good airflow.
All right, CDR, perform ghost leak check. Push and hold DSC.
Push and hold, here we go.
And they've been very gracious in giving our team the opportunity to ask questions, get to know them better. They wanted to come get to know our team, which I think is so cool, and they've done that with our team members in Denver as well. And it made an impact. It's cool to know that when you come to work on any given day, you could be passing an astronaut in the hallway, or come sit down in a conference room for a meeting, and then have them sitting across from us at the table. Just as 100% teammates, and so
All right,
I really
CDR,
appreciate
report
that.
on air to ground 1 that Sucrose leak check for CDR has been completed successfully.
The CDR leak checks for the spacesuits have been completed successfully, and this leak checks for the suit has been completed for the commander for today, that is Butch Wilmore. Right now you are seeing Suni in the white room, and she will be preparing for the ingress process, following by the same steps which Butch went through, that is leak checks and other necessary steps. Referring to Fairmed, yes, of course, it will take nearly 4 to 5 minutes, 4 to 5 hours. So hopefully you can stay awake and make it through to see the liftoff. But even if you can, then you can tune in back later.
With the
CDR,
Boeing team.
anything else you need help with before I move to C2?
All good, thank you.
And Brian is a voice that you will likely hear on the nets as we go through this countdown. He's the spacecraft launch conductor, and he's also the landing and recovery manager. So right after his role here today, he jumps on a plane and heads over to the landing zone. So he's got a big job, and obviously the crew takes that very seriously, and they know what he means to them. He's been on the Starliner program since before 2014, when the NASA Commercial Crew contract was awarded. And he got his leadership chops as a test engineer in the U.S. Air Force. So a military background, just like Butch and Suni. And, Megan has mentioned it many times, but really just such a thoughtful crew. And as you were just saying, Dylan, they've spent so much time with all of these folks working for Boeing, ULA, and NASA. They feel like family to all of us. And it is so important when it comes to their own safety, because these men and women who work on the spacecraft, work on the rocket, and really have their hands in every aspect of this launch today, they keep Butch and Suni at the front of their mind. Safety is their top priority, and they are sending their friends to space.
Absolutely. It's
Tech 5.
Go Tech 5.
LCL-1, fully check confirmed.
Copy, LCL-1 fully checked.
Tech 5.
Go Tech 5.
We are ready for PLT at this time.
Copy that. We will send her in.
All right, as Suni is going into Starliner to begin her ingress process, we're going to send it back over to Megan, Dee, and Mike at the host desk.
Thank you, guys. And I do want to talk a little bit more again about this crew and how thoughtful they've been. We saw them hand out flowers for every attempt. We saw and heard about them calling all of these different folks, either from the White Room or in the Astrovan on the ride out to the launch pad. But also, this happened on Saturday. They sent a taco breakfast to the folks in Mission Control in Houston. Did that surprise you when you heard about that, Mike?
Not at all. Of course, I didn't know about this one, but the fact that they did it was
right.
It's just very indicative of my crewmates. What we've how we've really tried to focus on the rest of the team, and the rest of the team focuses on us, and it's a big happy team working together. So at least we can do is buy them breakfast.
Yeah, and I'm sure.
Now is the pilot ingress process going on? That's boarding the Starliner is CFT mission pilot Suni Williams, a retired US Navy captain and veteran of 2 previous space flights as a long-duration resident aboard the space station. Suni last visited space station back in 2012. Williams is from Needham, Massachusetts, and earned a physical science degree from U.S. Naval Academy and a master's in engineering management from Florida Institute of Technology. She is married and is a dog mom.
Suits are working, and we had a great explanation of what a gross suit leak check was. These suits are not gross; they're awesome. But the leak check was also awesome, and we just we do all the detailed checks in the suit room, and then we just do a quick double check here.
Also reach checks, right, to be able to make sure that both Butch and Suni can reach anything that they need after they've been strapped down.
Absolutely. This is an automated spacecraft. We shouldn't have to push too many buttons, but just in case, we need to make sure we get every button we can reach to it. And also, we need to know where a few controls are on our spacesuits. Of course, we have it memorized, but it's a nice review right before launch.
Now, look at the clock here. We are 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 56 seconds from liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. And we are well ahead of schedule. The pad team has until 1 hour and 37 minutes to get both Butch and Suni ingressed or into Starliner. Not just the entering of Starliner, of course, all of these checks that we're talking about as well. Mike, you mentioned it's because, yes, there's a lot of pad because we want to have that margin in case the teams need to work any issues, but also this timeline is for 4 astronauts for future missions.
Yes, Starliner 1, for example, we're hoping to launch next year, and we'll need the same amount of time to get 4 people in, so that's why it's great to practice with 2, and you'll see that there hopefully is that extra margin of time that we would have been able to put in 4. I think the plan is that we'd be able to do 2 at once and then another 2 at once. So next time we do this, you won't have me here. I'll be inside.
I'll be watching you. Yeah, that's
but
right.
we'll see how well it goes.
I remember that you said on Saturday that you're going to call me from the White Room.
Oh yes.
I'm saying it again now. I'm going to will it into existence. And so because they are ahead of schedule, it doesn't mean that they have to wait for 1 hour and 37 minutes to begin, moving along with the countdown. So after they're ingressed, the pad team will begin making sure that everybody is ready to close the side hatch. And then around 1:10 is when, again, they hope to close that hatch. But we don't have to wait for those times. We can just proceed. So we expect to see an early hatch closure. Right, Bang?
Certainly, if there's nothing else going on, the whole ground team will try to get ahead of the timeline, and so that we can use that margin later on if needed. So far, so good today.
And a beautiful shot from one of our helicopters again, orbiting the launch pad. You see Starliner there. That's where all the action is. Those camera shots we were just showing you, Butch and Suni atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket inside Boeing Starliner spacecraft. The first 2 astronauts to fly in Starliner.
I'm excited. This is the first Starliner launch that I'll be able to see. The other 2 launches without people.
PLT, Tech 5 on air-to-ground 1. How you read me?
Loud and clear, how me?
I got you loud and clear as well. PLT, perform comm check on air-to-ground 1 with MCC.
That was the voice of Pad Tech Armando Loli, one of our good friends. He's a
Houston, PLT, air-to-ground 1, comm check.
Starliner Houston has you loud and clear on air-to-ground 1 for the PLT. Suni, good morning.
Good morning. Got you loud and clear as well, Josh.
Josh, again, Capcom for this mission, the capsule communicator. He's the one
PLT, confirm good airflow.
in mission control in Houston, primarily talking to the crew.
PLT has good airflow.
And we were hearing Armando Loli talk. He's brings a lot of energy to the pad team. and we're definitely getting ready for to make sure that Sunny's suit is in great configuration. And of course, Josh is my crewmate. He hasn't flown in space yet, but you wouldn't know it because he's so professional.
Yeah, he's also going to fly on Starliner 1.
As you heard, that the comm checks with the crew are successful. These comm checks are essential as part of the flight so that the flight control team can hear the crewmates while they are on the way to ISS.
All the opportunities that are out there, and that's why it's really cool to get a chance to share some of this excitement and some of what we learned with our friends today out on in TV land. Or streaming land, or whatever we're supposed to call it these days. You're watching NASA TV.
Look at that plug. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. All right, so I do want to mention...
Can you confirm
New avionics key card installed, and old one has been put back in the PLT bag.
that copies?
Yeah, cue cards are pieces of paper or cardboard that we use.
PLT, confirm you can reach the following items. Crew reach aid.
Those are the reach checks, right?
Check.
Yes.
Knee disconnect.
You can see Sunny moving her hands where she needs to double check that she can get there. And it also helps her recent memory.
5-point harness disconnect. Check. Comm cable disconnect.
We have Mike over here following along with the movements.
Check.
Because this will be you.
Umbilical disconnect.
While the communication checks between the astronaut and mission control is underway, also the suit pressure tests are being performed.
It pressurizes and depressurizes the suit in case of emergency.
Check. Your A checklist.
Ascent and entry checklist. It's a piece of paper that we use to make sure all the procedures are accomplished on the way up
All right,
and down.
PLT, report on Aeroground 1 that we are ready to perform suit leak check.
Yeah, back to the gross leak check.
Houston, PLT is ready to form the suit gross leak check.
Houston copies, we're ready. Suit gross leak check on the PLT.
And so what I want to mention, after all of this, look out like in the bottom left corner of your screen, because that's generally where...
Good airflow?
Good airflow.
All right, let's perform suit gross leak check. Push and hold DSC.
The dual suit controller, you can push it in and the suit will inflate, and we're just determining if the suit inflates fast enough so that there's no leaks.
And it's holding the correct pressure needed.
Absolutely.
So as I was saying, that pad team member that we're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen, after these checks are done, you're going to see him remove this, from one of Sunny's bags. This is a very bright and rainbow sequenced narwhal, and it is the crew's zero gravity indicator. So again, a soft
PLT,
toy.
report on Aeroground 1 that suit gross leak check for PLT has been completed successfully.
Great call out there. A soft toy that the crew picks to bring with them on their flight.
For the PLT has been completed successfully.
And you're going to see that pad team member tether this.
A good suit gross leak check on the PLT, thanks.
The suit leak checks were performed successfully and there have been no issue so far now.
All right, you can open your visor now.
Yep, so we would not have heard that call. That's the inner capsule communications, or intercom, or ICOM, and that is not broadcast down to the ground, but that allows Butch and Sunny to
Talk with one another.
Talk with one another without interrupting anyone else.
Right. So again, good checks for Sunny. Butch perhaps waking up from his micro nap, as you said. Again, another aerial view of Starliner and Atlas V on Launch Pad 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. You see a beautiful shot of the Atlantic Ocean, Florida Space Coast, right behind.
And the name of the Starliner capsule is Calypso.
That's right, yes. And it's also the name, we're going to try this again, guys. Also the name.
Both the accelerometer for CDR and PLT are still on.
Copy. Accelerometers remain powered.
Is third time a charm for this narwhal? Let's see. Okay, guys. Nope.
Pat for Desiccant has been removed.
Copy. I'll call it a decom.
Again, we're listening in as teams do checks on Suni to make sure she is ready to go. All of these checks, a very detailed checklist, has to be done before we say that crew ingress is complete, and then we would see pad team members begin to egress, right? Pad team members will leave Starliner after they make sure that everything in there that's not supposed to fly is out of there, so that they can then start preps.
Yes, they'll exit. Yeah, they'll prepare the hatch. They'll get it all closed, and then they'll exit the launch pad, and then it'll be just Butch and Suni and their Starliner, and an Atlas and a Centaur.
Yep.
About Suni, Suni is today's CFT's pilot and retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut back in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will be Suni's third mission to space, making her first woman on a test flight of an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to ISS was launched back in 2006, where she was the flight engineer for Expedition 15 and returned to the orbiting lab back in 2012 and was the commander of Expedition 23. Suni has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the second most cumulative time by a female astronaut. She has spent 322 days in space so far. Before NASA, she was former Navy test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours and more than 30 different aircrafts. Now, speaking of today's commander, Butch Wilmore, who is a NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain and was raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee. Married to Diana Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. As a naval pilot, he ranked up 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircrafts. He supported missions like Operation Desert Storm and other important missions. Before his selection to NASA, he was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as a pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis back in 2009 and in 2014. He served as flight engineer for Expedition 41, and so far Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his third mission to the ISS.
I haven't seen a launch yet. I've been in mission control. I haven't had a chance to go outside and see it, and here it is right behind us today. Looking forward to the launch of Starliner.
Yeah, for context, when you guys see us here at the host desk, the launch pad is just across the water, right behind us. So Mike, you will have a beautiful view of launch today. I guarantee it.
You can see that the steam, it looks like, coming out of the side of the rocket there. That's nothing to be afraid of or scared. That's expected. That's actually, as we have the first stage is powered with liquid oxygen and kerosene, or RP1, rocket propulsion 1. So liquid oxygen actually boils off because it's not, at that temperature and pressure, it just wants to become a gas. As we go from liquid to gas, you can kind of see it boiling off. And then we have some top-up valves that replenish the liquid oxygen both on the first stage and the second stage.
And those top-off valves, we talked about a little bit at the beginning of the show.
Starliner, Houston, for the entire crew, comm check on air to ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear.
CLT, loud and clear.
Loud and clear also. Houston has both the Lima Charlie stand by for comm check of air to ground 2. I'll be coming to you over the T0 line. You'll hear me in reply on air to ground 2. Stand by.
Lima Charlie is short for LC, or loud and clear. Sometimes we say lick and chicken, but they encourage us. They say that's not so professional.
Oh, no, I like it. We were talking about those topping off valves. The team had to troubleshoot those a bit for Saturday's launch attempt, but working great right now. No issues.
Now, as we progress to the countdown, let's look into some of the details of today's mission. Let's talk about the Starliner fleet. Boeing built 3 crew models for flight tests and operational missions, known originally as spacecraft 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Only spacecraft 2 and 3 will fly in space. And every time, new service modules are built for each flight. Now let's talk about the launch and ascent timeline for today's mission. The ascent phase of the mission starts at T0 after ignition of the Atlas V's RD-180 main engine and 2 solid rocket boosters. As the Atlas V continues to climb, it works its way through each launch milestones, including max Q, that is the maximum aerodynamic pressure on any ascent vehicle. Coming up, solid booster jettison, followed by booster stage separation and center ignition. Now just an update which I missed to present, that is that the United Launch Alliance, that is the ULA Atlas V, one of the most reliable rockets in the world, carries an extra layer of safety for its solemn duty of launching astronauts on human space flight missions. The emergency detection system, that is the EDS, was developed by ULA engineers to enhance the protection of astronauts riding atop the Atlas V by autonomously monitoring the health of launch vehicle systems. If the EDS detects an impending anomaly, it can trigger an abort faster than any human could possibly do so manually. EDS uses the existing network of sensors and data collecting instrumentation on the rocket and supplies that information to 2 new computers added to human spaceflight launches. Those redundant computers, known as EDS processor units or EPUs, It's not CPUs, it's EPUs, which constantly monitors parameters of the critical rocket systems and can order the Boeing CST-100 Starliner capsule to abort off the Atlas V in a blink of an eye. EDS is a critical element of our human spaceflight certified system because it allows us to use our flight-proven launch vehicle without significant modification and adds an additional layer of safety and redundancy. The EPUs will be shifting through data such as tank pressures, engine operating telemetry, accelerometers, and gyroscopes about the rocket. The computers and their auxiliary power sources are located on a ring structure above the Centaur upper stage and just below the Starliner spacecraft. Now coming back to the launch asset timeline which we were discussing. So just before 15 minutes after liftoff, the center upper stage separates from Starliner, sending the capsule on its way to the space station. But the ascent profile isn't complete until about 31 minutes after launch, when Starliner fires 4 of its orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters to conduct the orbital insertion maneuver. Now coming to the rendezvous and the docking phase of the Starliner flight. Once in a stable orbit on course for the International Space Station, Starliner begins its rendezvous procedures. Unique to the crew flight test mission, astronauts will test out the manual flight control systems on the way to the ISS. As Starliner closes on the station, the vehicle's star tracker cameras will first see the orbiting lab as a distant but bright point of light moving in front of a background of fixed stars. Now here I would like to say about this star tracker, you have been heard the same thing doing in Starlink satellites. Also there the star trackers are orienting the satellites based on the position of the stars. So now over the next few hours, Starliner will slowly move itself closer to the station and then pause before entering the 200-meter, which is the keep out sphere, until station's flight controllers clears it to enter. Starliner then begins the docking procedure, pausing once more 10 meters away from a Boeing built international docking adapter and then continuing to the final approach and docking. Now speaking of the docking, the hatch opening and welcoming remarks with NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams at the ISS Expedition 71 crew to take place approx 2 p.m. on Thursday, that is June 6th.
That go into ISS. NASA works jointly with the commercial providers to making sure we have a safe and reliable vehicle that's going to be able to launch to the International Space Station. We work hand in hand with them through the certification process of the vehicle to make sure that we address any issues. Launching humans to space is challenging. I don't think it will ever be a routine. I feel like every mission we're going to learn something from them that is going to apply for the next mission. When I think about the dates that stand out to me from the commercial crew program, is really those final days leading up to launch, the final countdown and preparation.
Now, speaking of the undocking, re-entry and the landing timeline, once Starliner is ready and cleared to leave the International Space Station, the undocking process begins and the spacecraft slowly backs away from the space station. After a fly-around maneuver, the Starliner positions itself for the deorbit burn. A short time later, when Starliner is in the right position over the Pacific Ocean, the service module conducts the deorbit burn, slowing down the Starliner from orbital speeds. Next, the service module detaches. The crew module begins its descent through the atmosphere, facing re-entry heat of 3000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1650 degrees Celsius. The parachute sequence begins around 30,000 feet, that is 9 kilometers above the ground, when Starliner jettisons the forward heat shield that protects the parachutes during re-entry. Two drogue parachutes begin slowing Starliner down, then detach. Following that event, the three main parachutes are then deployed and inflated. Around 3000 feet, that is 0.9 kilometers off the ground, the airbags inflate, and on touchdown, these airbags absorb the initial force of landing, cushioning the crew for a soft, safe return to Earth. Now, as we talked about the pre-launch timeline before, now let's discuss about the post-launch timeline. Starting with the launch and extending into the orbit, these events are quite crucial. So 12 seconds after the liftoff, the roll program begins, orienting the rocket for its trajectory to space. Just 30 seconds in, the engines throttle down to reduce stress on the vehicle. At 45 seconds, we reach max Q, the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the spacecraft. Shortly after, at 1 minute and 7 seconds, the engine throttles back and back up, resuming full power. 1 minute and 30 seconds into the flight, the solid rocket boosters, that is the SRBs, burn out, having completed their job. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the SRBs are jettisoned, followed by a pitch maneuver to optimize the rocket's path. At 4 minutes and 29 seconds, the booster engine cutoff, that is BCO, occurs, shutting down the main engines. 6 seconds later, at 4 minutes and 35 seconds, this booster is separated from the spacecraft. At 4 minutes and 42 seconds, the ascent cover is jettisoned, and just a few seconds later, at 4 minutes and 48 seconds, the Centaur upper stage ignites. At 5 minutes and 5 seconds, the aeroskirt is jettisoned, streamlining the spacecraft for its journey to the orbit. Coming up to 11 minutes and 58 seconds into the flight, the main engine cutoff, that is MECO, occurs, completing the powered ascent. Then at 14 minutes and 58 seconds, the Starliner separates from the Centaur upper stage, beginning its solo journey into space. At 31 minutes, the initial orbit insertion, also acronymed as OI, burn starts, placing Starliner into its intended orbit. By 31 minutes and 42 seconds, the orbital insertion burn is complete and the Starliner is in a stable orbit. 1 hour and 15 minutes into the mission, the NC burn is complete, circularizing Starliner's orbit for rendezvous. At 1 hour and 20 minutes, the crew begins doffing their suits, transitioning to a more comfortable state for the journey ahead. Finally, at 2 hours and 5 minutes, the crew will make their first live audio remarks, sharing their initial experiences and status updates from space.
Auntie, right? So she's for sure an important part of a lot of kids' lives and a great inspiration.
2 hours, 6 minutes, and 51 seconds. So the pad team members, again, readying to close that side hatch. Mike, that side hatch, once closed, won't open until the crew returns to Earth after their mission, yeah?
Absolutely. So that's why we got to make sure that it has a great seal on it, so there's no leaks. And when it closes, and next time it should open. The ground team, including Brian Gartner, who was we talked about earlier, are going to be there, and they'll open it up, and they'll see Sunny's smiling face somewhere in the United States Southwest.
And what are they doing here, Mike? They seem to be cleaning off their shoes. I'm assuming making sure there's no FOD, things like that.
Yes, the white room has to stay nice and clean. They're waiting for a go right now for a hatch closure, since it is an important step, and they're a few minutes ahead of timeline. Around the mission control rooms around the country, they're double checking that everybody's okay to close the hatch, and then proceed on with the rest of the launch.
And FOD is foreign object debris, so a fancy way of saying things, again, that are not supposed to be there need to stay off of anyone that's in the white room. Obviously, Butch and Sunny, actually before Butch and Sunny both ingressed or got into Starliner, they were each checked by pad team members to make sure they didn't have any foreign object debris on them.
Yeah, Boeing's manufacturing here at the KSC has been really extra careful to keep Starliner extra clean in its development, and and putting it all together. We count all the tools that go in, we count all the tools that come out, and there's vacuum cleaners everywhere to get any little metal shavings or any little pieces of extra tape. And I've been very impressed how clean Starliner has been for. I mean, this is the second flight of Calypso, for example, and our capsule that's being right here manufactured and getting ready to go fly next year. They're a really clean spacecraft.
A testament to the teams, for sure. All right, 2 hours, 4 minutes, 35 seconds and counting until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. 2 NASA astronauts flying in the Starliner spacecraft for the first time, headed to the International Space Station. On the way up, there's one particular person we've heard throughout the day, mostly communicating with the crew. So let's head over to Brandy Dean and Jim May to learn more about the Capcom role inside Mission Control in Houston.
Next major milestone that we are looking for is the hatch closure, as the blue team is preparing for that. Now, just for a quick knowledge, you might have been came across a term N22 associated with Atlas V. So let me break it down for you. The United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket is an industry workhorse. Boeing chose the Atlas V for its record of mission success. Capable of various configurations, the Atlas V will be in a N22 setup, which I was talking about, for all Starliner launches. Now here the N stands for no fairing, as the rocket will have will not have a fairing typically used for uncrewed satellites payloads. And the first of the figure 22, the first two represents the two solid rocket boosters added to the first stage, and the second two in that number figure represents the two engines on the center upper stage. Now an update coming up is that the initial steps by the blue team are underway to close out the crew model for Starliner and seal the hatch.
We heard some comm checks with the crew after they got into the capsule. They're a little bit ahead of schedule, so those comm checks have already happened, but we are expecting a hatch closure to come soon, and then another set of audio checks over the air-to-ground loop a little later as they get closer to launch. So now let's head back to Florida with Megan, Dee, and Mike.
All right, so Mike, I want to take a look at the clock again. We are well ahead of schedule. Hatch closure preps underway. We had till an hour and 37 minutes for those to have started. So great margin there. Really, the countdown's looking very smooth right now.
So far, so good, and I think it's because we have a lot of practice, and practice does make better. Not perfect, but better.
Yeah. And actually, while we're taking a look inside the White Room and our pad team members there, why don't we talk a little bit about each one? So we see number 4 there. That's Nate Keek-Franson, and he is the pad team lead. Manages the fluids team, who performs a variety of tests from leak checks to acceptance testing of integrated vehicle subsystems. He thinks he has, quote, the coolest job in the whole company, and feels honored to make this contribution to our company. We see number 6 there on the left. That's Garrett Pinder, mechanical technician. He helped build the rig that opens and closes the hatch, and he will close the hatch today. Folks describe him as the guy who can troubleshoot just about anything, and he has been on Starliner since day one and said he would be the first to fly it if he could. He has that much faith and pride in the spacecraft. Again, Garrett Pinder, number 6, left hand of your screen there. Number 8, we have Kaysen Chernault, quality engineer and inspector, assisting crew with external tools and gear, suiting up prior to entry. Grew up on the Space Coast watching every launch and says being on the pad team is an honor and feels like the culmination of a lifetime of admiring and working in human spaceflight.
And we saw Kaysen and Michael DiCarlo, and Michael's number was 7. Those are the two that went to meet Butch and Sunny down at the base of the pad.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Yeah, Michael is the systems engineering technician, performs final cabin leak check that we'll see later on in the countdown. This is his 110th launch to work. He said as a child of the 70s, he'll tell Butch and Sunny it's time to rock and roll before a hatch close.
And Michael's also a great welder, and he helps put some of our pressure control systems or some of our tubing together. It's really really tricky. So he's definitely world class at his job.
And then finally, we have number 5, Armando Loli. Mike, you were talking a little bit about him. You were hearing him do the comm checks within Starliner during ingress. Now, he's the senior project engineer covering Boeing's Florida Space Coast. Has been part of the build and development of Starliner since the beginning.
He also has helped Boeing build a very interesting virtual reality headset that we can use to train ahead of time with Starliner, not just for the astronauts, but for the technicians as well as managers, so everyone understands what Starliner looks like inside and where all the pieces, parts are, without actually having to get inside the spacecraft and taking it apart.
Yeah, just a really accomplished crew. You know, take a look at their skill sets. Like, they're amazing to work with, I'm sure, because you've integrated and worked with a lot of these guys, right?
Yeah, what's really fun is that it is fun. I mean, that everybody has a great attitude. Everybody looks out for each other and does what it takes to make it happen, and enjoy the process along the way. And it's really fun to
Now, as we have crossed the T-minus 2 hours mark until the liftoff out of the launch pad, the blue team continues to progress through its timeline, and we are tracking no issues in the countdown that would preclude a liftoff at 10:52 a.m. Eastern Daytime, which will be 14:52 hours UTC.
From here, our perspective here at the host desk, no wind to speak of, which is a little stifling, if I could be honest. It's a little hot, but again, those are not launch constraints at all. Just maybe Megan D and Mike constraints as the day goes on, but we'll be waiting on the official word from that weather brief here shortly. Again, the team in the white room, when they do get the go-ahead to close the hatch, kind of what are some of the things we'll be seeing, Mike? So obviously we said they cleared out Starliner, but here we're going to see them like removing some equipment and inspecting the seal, right?
Exactly. So you can see that there's this golden frame around the hatch, and that's to protect the hatch seals, right? Because we wanted the hatch to be able to stay closed and airtight. So they're going to take that hatch protection unit out of the way, and that takes a few moments, and then they're going to actually get I think ultraviolet lights and take very good look at the seals to make sure that they look good, and then they're going to close the hatch and then do a leak check. They'll put extra pressure inside the Starliner and see if any of it leaks out. It shouldn't, and then they'll depressurize the Starliner to have a regular normal atmospheric pressure of 14.7 pounds per square inch.
Yeah, and there they are removing that piece you were just talking about. Some of the ways that they'll inspect the seal, as you were talking about, yeah, they're going to use white light. They're going to clean with foam wipes to remove any debris, and then they use black light. Again, foam wipes to remove any debris. As I'm sure is not a surprise to anyone, again, another very detailed process to make sure that everything is done as is supposed to be done.
Well, speaking of a child of the 70s, a lot of us watched Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and Mr. Rogers would tell us to take our time to do it right. And that's what we're doing here.
You always perfectly have like the one-liners that sum up the situation. So again, guys, very lucky to have this guy here.
Yeah, Butch says the same thing about me. In fact, I think that was the only reason he kept me around, is that I made him laugh now and then.
Aw. Now, we've been asking for questions on social media, and you guys have been sending them in, so why don't we take some now? This one is Nikki Colby on X asking, can you describe the suits in depth to me as a blind person? Also, what does it look like inside the Starliner?
Well,
1 hour, 55 minutes.
Well, Nick.
ECS, LC.
ECS?
Adjust the IC temperature to 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
Roger.
Well, Nikki, that's a great question. How do you describe a spacesuit? Well, it's made out of cloth and some puncture-resistant material. I think a lot of it's Nomex. And on the inside of this suit, and it's really it's all like almost one piece. There's a reason for that. Because it has to hold pressure, right? So it's kind of like a hoodie on top that the visor can float go over your head like a hood, and then you can zip it. And it's a one-piece overall that has long sleeves and long legs. And of course, it doesn't matter what color it is. Boeing chose the Boeing blue color for it. It has a few pockets on it. And at the bottom, it actually, where the legs come out, is actually a rubber bladder that goes throughout the entire part of the spacesuit, and so our feet go inside there, and then our feet also, they put boots on top of our feet, but we don't need the boots to remain pressurized. So all we need to do once we are inside of our suit is put on our gloves. There's a left glove and a right glove, obviously, and there's a small wrist ring that you have to kind of click the glove on and turn to the left or turn to the right to make sure it's locked, and then we put our hood on, right, our visor or helmet, and then we have to put our head back and zip it across, and then all of a sudden we're hermetically sealed inside of a spacesuit, and we can do our pressurized leak checks, and it can protect our lives. It's comfortable. It's very lightweight. I think Megan and Dee have the specs.
LCS, someone?
Go ahead.
Step 200 L2 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
I think we have the specs on the suits, but it's a very lightweight suit, especially compared to the suits that we've worn before. And when I moved from the shuttle program to go fly on the Soyuz, I was very impressed with the Soyuz suit. And these these suits built by David Clark are even lighter than the Soyuz suit because the Soyuz uses a helmet.
And then Nikki also asked about describing what it looks like in the Starliner. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh yes, Starliner. It's interesting. It is. I don't say full of cargo, but it's there's a lot of there's two seats near. If you look inside the hatch on the left-hand side, there's two seats. Butch sits the one on the farthest away, and then Sunny sits on the next one. There's two other seats that we're going to use for future flights. This time we have cargo on them. The cargo come in these soft bags. We learned from Space Shuttle program that you can put more stuff into flexible bags than to metal containers. So we have these flexible bags called cargo transfer bags, or CTBs. And Boeing cargo bags are all blue, and the NASA cargo bags are all white, so we can easily tell the difference. And on the outside of the bags are labels. So we have bags strapped around the cabin. Butch and Sunny right now are sitting on their backs with their legs a little bit above their heads in a 90-degree position, and this provides crew safety for launches and landings.
Those were both very detailed. That was a great answer to that question. And again, Nikki, thank you for asking that.
Now, as you heard about the cargo, let's break it down a little further. Today's Starliner will carry about 760 pounds of cargo on Starliner's first crew flight, including about 300 pounds for NASA, such as crew food, clothing, exercising gear, medical supplies, a media kit, and a personal preference items. Other cargo includes vehicle supplies and tools, personal hygiene items for the astronauts, and emergency life support equipment. Also on board is a thumb drive filled with about 3,400 creative space-themed masterpieces made by students, which you saw earlier in the stream, from around the world through a partnership between Boeing and the Space Foundation. Also, the cargo will consist of mementos such as mission patches and coins. An American flag will also make the trip to International Space Station on the crew flight test. There also may be a few Easter eggs on small hidden surprises, which have come a fun tradition on NASA missions to places like the Moon and Mars. NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams are bringing a few special items that represents their lives outside of space, such as from their time in US Navy. Wilmore, for example, had special gold rings made for his family to resemble the naval astronaut pilot wing pin. William will bring items from the Sunita Williams Elementary School in Massachusetts, a diver pin, dog tags from her two Labrador retrievers, colorful socks which she will be wearing on orbit, and Calypso inspired items. William named the CFT spacecraft Calypso after the first orbital flight test based on her love for the ocean, and Starliner being the gateway to science exploration in space, like Calypso as when was on Earth. On the return home, Starliner is expected to bring back about 750 pounds of cargo. About 355 pounds will be for the NASA cargo, including an empty NORS tank, that is the nitrogen oxygen recharge system tank.
It's really exciting to be here for this crew flight test. You know, NASA retired its space shuttles in 2011. So for 9 years, astronauts could only get to the space station aboard Soyuz rockets until May 2020, when Bob Behnken, Doug Hurley, two NASA astronauts, they flew to the ISS in a SpaceX spacecraft, Crew Dragon.
Now the update that is coming here is that the approval to close the Starliner hatch for the flight has been radioed to the pad. So the upcoming major milestone, that is the hatch closure, is just going to happen in couple of minutes.
When we let the contract in 2014, and since then the commercial crew program has been working really hard to give those capabilities to the country. I talked with Doug Hurley just the other day, right after our launch broadcast on Saturday, and he wishes everybody the best, all the best for this launch, and he can definitely associate with what Butch and Sunny were feeling and how they were getting ready. And I worked very closely with Doug and Bob for their mission, and now with Butch and Sunny for this mission, and it's really neat to be able to put together new spacecraft, and we're getting better at it, and we're going to need all that experience and test mentality and building fast, like we've learned from SpaceX company, to be able to go to the moon in the time frames that we want. So this is all great experience for us, and we couldn't do it without without Boeing, for example, for today.
Pad, air to ground 1.
Starliner, go ahead.
Starliner, be advised, we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
We are ready.
Oh, they are ready for sure.
They are ready, I know. We're ready too.
Several weeks.
Copy that. We're smiling out here too. See you in a couple weeks.
Now we got the final go for the hatch closure, and the blue team has confirmed that they are ready for the hatch closure procedure. Also, the crew today, that is the Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore, they also confirmed that they are ready for the hatch closure procedure. And on your screen you can see the hatch is getting closed, and it is done slowly.
Nice, around the 80s. We have some light winds, about 10 knots flowing in. We do have some coastal showers, but they're pretty far offshore. We have a satellite, we have a radar rather, that can show us that, and you can see there on the right-hand side, you see those showers kind of popping up and growing just south of the Space Coast. But Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin just reported to the launch team that she is forecasting that they will all stay far away offshore. In addition, there's some cumulus clouds that are popping up and around, but she says those should be a factor as well. They are going to keep an eye on them. So we are still, according to our weather officer, 90% go for liftoff at T0 at 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. There you see the light winds and the expected temperature, and that only concern the cumulus cloud rule, because you can't fly a rocket through a cumulus cloud. Otherwise, it could potentially create its own lightning strike. So that's why they have that rule in place. There's a beautiful shot right there. You can see some of the puffy clouds in this shot, but you know, that looks a little more compressed because that's a distant view, which makes those clouds look like they're more clustered. This is kind of gives you a better shot here. Looks like we're launching into a clear blue sky, and we sure hope that that holds for the rest of the way, and certainly the forecast indicates as such. Want to take a moment now to bring in and introduce one of the members of NASA's Commercial Crew Program who is working the launch today. We're joined by Brittany White, who is with CCP. She is a launch site integrator, and you sit right over there,
yes,
right back there. been doing your job. I've been watching you as you've been listening to some of the milestones even pass by here, and you're giving big thumbs up. So I know your team has been working really hard over these past few months, especially during the launch attempts. Your insight is into the ground side.
Correct.
Ground side was an issue, of course, during the second launch attempt.
Yes.
But equipment was replaced. Dylan Rice, our ULA commentator, talked about that. How are we doing right now?
Beautifully. We are looking great for an attempt today, and a hopefully successful attempt at that one. It is a beautiful day out there, and the teams are working some minor issues, which are normal that we see, but nothing standing in our way right now.
So many systems, so many things going on with a rocket that
Of
there's
course.
little things that always pop up that the team has to work. But as you mentioned, nothing big. This is the third launch attempt. And so I'm wondering, as somebody who's, working this with each and every attempt and the long hours that are involved, how do you stay hungry? How do you stay, after it with each successive attempt?
Well, the mission is an incredible one. I mean, this alone, working with crew in general, being able to be even a small part of the team that brings crew to the ISS, that is amazing. And this mission in itself is incredible. The very first crewed flight of Boeing Starliner, the first crewed flight of ULA's Atlas V, and the first crewed flight from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in about 60 years.
Yeah, 61 years.
So, I mean, just so many firsts, so many incredible moments, incredible milestones, and the team looks out for each other, and we're reminded of how important this mission is every day.
Great words there, and certainly we're glad that the team is looking after each other, because you guys have put in some really long days and long hours throughout this entire campaign. You've been in your current position for 7 months, so
Yes.
you're pretty new to the job. What's been one of the neatest things that you've experienced since coming on CCP?
Well, so one of the pinch me moments, I'll say, was in February of this year. I was able to be on the tower that we're seeing here live today.
Up on the top of the tower.
Up on the top of the tower, and I was able to witness ULA testing that crew arm and white room that we're seeing right here swinging. They perform functional tests, functional swings, to make sure that on launch day everything is going to go according to plan and work out any kinks that they might see. So I was fortunate enough to be standing, almost as close as we are right now to when they were swinging that arm, and not only seeing a piece of hardware that size swinging so seamlessly, that in itself was amazing, of course, but also realizing that, hey, we're swinging this arm to make sure that it is going to operate properly today for Butch and Sunny to walk down the platform, to go into the white room, and to ingress Starliner. So that was very much a pinch me moment.
And there's a look at that crew access arm, which will be stowed at L-11 minutes. We'll be doing that same
LC
movement.
slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch closure complete.
Roger.
There's the great milestone, as you can see there, the hatch being closed. But that crew access arm, you've spoken like a true engineer, right? You've seen something like that.
P2
mechanical.
LC.
Go ahead.
Start center engine chill down.
Roger.
Arm
But it
control
is-
LC.
Arm control.
Power on crew access arm hydraulic heater as required.
Roger.
Now we heard from the Capcoms that the hatch closure is complete.
Girls or young women who are pursuing this career in engineering. It's a tough field, no question about it. But you had some advice that you want to give folks.
I was given advice from a very young age: never say no to an opportunity. And sometimes you're presented with an opportunity that, at first glance it might not seem like it's going to be a lot, but in the long run it really does make a difference, and you might be surprised. So my advice that I always give when I'm doing outreach or anything like that, when I'm just talking to somebody, is never say no when an opportunity is presented to you.
You got an opportunity in college to put
I
together
did.
a project that ended up going out to Houston and
Yep.
was tested in the neutral buoyancy lab where they do practice for the EVAs and spacewalks. I mean, that's
Yep.
pretty cool.
Yep. I was asked to, hey, help write this proposal. And, we're trying to put together an idea for astronauts to be able to collect
Starliner,
samples
Houston, Air Ground 1.
on,
We're ready for pre-launch cabin
on
leak
an
checks.
asteroid.
You can prepare for cabin
and we were
pressurization
able
per your
to-
checklist and configure
to
the
continue
HIU
and
offset
get that
15
proposal
miles to that.
submitted. So that was incredible, first of all. But when you're asked to participate in something like that in college, a lot of times it doesn't result in anything. Never would have thought we were.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. Brittany White, launch site integrator with commercial crew program. Really appreciate your time here, and we're really moving well through the milestones. In fact, way ahead of time, which is, I guess, a function of when you've done something for the third time. You get really quick at it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Brittany. And we'll send it back to Megan, Mike, and Dee.
Now, just for a quick fun fact, today is the 100th launch of Atlas V rocket, which has demonstrated unmatched reliability spanning more than 20 years, successfully launching scientific spacecrafts to Mars on 5 different occasions, plus reach investigations to the Sun, the Moon, Jupiter, the astronaut Bennu, and Pluto, all with bullseye trajectories every time. The rocket's versatility also has cleared dozens of US national security assets into space, launched weather observations that all Americans depend upon, and deployed commercial satellites to connect the world.
That teams will soon begin pressurizing the entire capsule for a leak check. So we did just see hatch closed a few minutes ago, and you might have seen them locking the hatch with something that kind of looks like a tire iron, and actually a similar mechanism was used on Apollo and shuttle spacecraft. So now that the hatch is closed, again, pressurizing the entire capsule for a leak check, Mike.
Yes, so we practiced this a few years ago for the first time, and when we did it, it actually made some loud noises inside the cabin as the pressure was increasing and then decreasing. So that now we made a call to the crew saying, "Hey, you're going to hear some things, and we're ready to do it." We have a voice-activated intercom system. We call it a Vox, right? So we turn up our Vox dials so that loud noises don't get transmitted and amplified in our microphones. And in order to do this, Butch also had to take a cap off of a valve that was that's inside the spacecraft. We do have ways to depressurize the spacecraft from inside, so we usually keep them capped, so it keeps things extra safe. And Butch had to take the cap off for when we depressurize.
And pressurizing is going to take about 3 to 4 minutes. Again, you heard Capcom telling them to just be aware of maybe some audible noises, and then basically the team wants the capsule to stay at the correct pressure for about 10 minutes. So that's what we'll be looking out for in these next few minutes.
And we talked about how things were ahead of time, and that's good in case the hatch check doesn't work. We have time to redo it again. There's still a little margin in the schedule.
You know, not only is Starliner flying Butch and Sunny today, it is also bringing up nearly 800 pounds of cargo to the space station. Let's check in again with Boeing's Lauren Brennecke and ULA's Dylan Rice.
Yeah, Dee, along with our most precious cargo, of course, Butch and Sunny, we are taking around 800 pounds of cargo up today, and we are taking something that was added just a few days ago, actually, but more than half of what's going up is Boeing cargo, like CFT patches, mission coins, silver Snoopy pens, American flags, and a hard drive, which we mentioned earlier. It has about 3,500 pieces of artwork from children across the world. We're also taking tools, emergency life support equipment, and then that late add at NASA's request just a few days ago, our teams packed a new pump for the space station's urine processing assembly. That is a part of the water recovery system there on the ISS. It is about 150 pounds. It's a pump, and it is replacing 2 non-essential cargo bags inside Starliner. It is all methodically packed weeks in advance, besides that one late cargo. And about 25 bags are for Boeing, 10 bags now for NASA. And those NASA bags are carrying things like food, clothes, exercise gear, medical supplies, and anything the crew wanted to bring with them. On the way back, Starliner will bring about 750 pounds of cargo, so just a little bit less, and that includes one empty NORS tank. That's a nitrogen oxygen recharge system, and that will be refilled for future missions. So Dylan, we are focused on the crew, on the pad team, on what's been going on with the hatch closure and the pressurization testing, but there's been a lot going on in the background as well on the rocket side.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. So as we've wrapped up the crew ingress process, we're starting to hear a little bit more traffic now back from the launch vehicle team. A few moments ago, we heard about the Centaur engine chill down. So the Centaur engines are fueled by cryogenic propellants, which are very, very cold. So this process takes about an hour, and it brings those engine temperatures down so that we don't cold shock them when they're introduced to those cold propellants. So that process has been started. The vehicle itself remains in propellant topping mode as the blue team is continuing their work up on the tower. We heard about the beginning to warm up the hydraulic system for the crew access arm. One of the big differences in today's countdown as compared to our countdown for our traditional uncrewed missions, our payloads that don't talk back, as I say, is the length of the built-in hold. So we spent the duration of this broadcast in our 4-hour built-in hold. Typically, our built-in holds are 15 or 30 minutes, depending on the length of the launch window. But for today, it's been lengthened to 4 hours to allow loading of the crew and closing out Starliner for flight. With today's instantaneous launch window for the International Space Station, launch vehicle and Starliner operations have to be precisely choreographed to occur on time. So far, things are looking great. The team's working no issues.
All right, Dylan, we are about 1 hour and 31 minutes away from launch. We'll send it back over to Megan at the host desk.
Let's talk a little bit more about that urine processor because, Mike, you actually helped install one.
Not just one, but the first one. When Chris Ferguson and his team came up on STS-126, I was commander of the space station, and Don Pettit and I got to install the urine processor. It's a really neat kind of, I know it has a funny name, a UPA, right? UPA, right? So, but the urine processor is in essence a pump, and it takes our waste products, our number one, our P, and helps take all the water out of it. Our water processing assembly aboard the International Space Station, we've gotten to be really good at it. We can get over 97% of our water recycled, and each time we send a liter of water aboard up to space station, it's like $5,000. So being able to recycle water is not just good for space station, but for when we go to Moon and Mars. So this urine processor, when it's not working, and a space station program manager said so at the most recent press conference, we've got to get it up there. Other than that, we have these large bags full of urine that need to be processed, and it'll start stacking up on us because we don't want to throw it away. We need to definitely process it. So having Starliner, an hour and a half to go. Having Starliner there to be able to take up the UPA really helps the space station program a lot, and this is that dual redundancy of having rockets go up to the space station on a regular basis.
And the recycling of the urine into water is really impressive. Like the rate is 90-something% that they can...
Over 97%.
Yes, it's impressive.
That's a great technology for Earth, Moon, and Mars.
Now, both Butch and Suni are bringing some special items of their own with them for this very important flight test. For example, Butch is flying 2 gold rings he had made for his brother and father that resemble the U.S. Navy astronaut pilot wingpin. He's also flying shirts from Tennessee Tech and the University of Tennessee, his alma maters. Suni is flying T-shirts from the U.S. Naval Academy and the Sunita Williams Elementary School in Massachusetts, plus a diver pin and dog tags that her mom had made for her 2 Labrador retrievers, Gunner and Rotor. Suni also loves to wear fun socks and packed many multicolor socks she plans to wear in space. Other items will remain a surprise until the astronauts have a chance to reveal them publicly during the flight test.
I imagine, Mike, that having these personal effects is so important. And yes, for long duration missions, but it's nice to also have, even though if they're only there for 8 days.
As you can see, Butch and Sunny brought up things to help inspire others.
Starliner Houston, the pad is proceeding with cabin pressurization now.
Copy.
And a thumbs up from the crew. Let the pressure increase. But it's really it's really cool. I know that from the universities that I went to, every time I wore their shirt, just to kind of represent like any other alum should, it really inspired the undergrads and the grad students to say, hey, if that schmuck could be an astronaut, so could I. There's hope. There's hope for us all. And it's so those are kind of things that make a difference to us. And hopefully make difference to other people too. It's inspiring to see your school represented in space.
Yeah, so personal effects and also those opportunities that inspire, because that's really a big part of being an astronaut. You know, you've said that before, that a big part of your job is also to inspire that next generation.
Right, we stand on the shoulders of giants, of those who inspired us. I mean, I can't remember. I remember, I couldn't believe it when I met John Young for the first time. He walked on the moon and he flew the first space shuttle, and he interviewed me for the astronaut program, and he ended up coming to my wedding. I mean, so it's really, it's my wife's wedding too, and but it's we really look up to other people, and I know there's a lot of folks today that are looking up to Butch and Sunny as pioneers of a new spacecraft.
That's right, Mike. Butch and Sunny have spent a lot of time working side by side with the men and women who developed Starliner. Many consider the crew like family now. Here's their perspective on Boeing's journey to crewed flight and how their relationship with Butch and Sunny influences every decision.
Now, right now, the crew cabin pressurization is underway, followed by this event when the crew cabin will be pressurized completely. Crew SG com checks will be performed, followed by the flight director poll of go no go for terminal counts, and followed by that the crew visors will be configured for the launch. Now, as you heard, there are some people who contributed towards the development of the Starliner. So, speaking about that, NASA astronauts who have either contributed to the development of the Starliner or trained for flight tests and missions aboard the spacecraft, which includes Butch Wilmore, Mike Fink, Nicole Mann, Suni Williams, Dr. Janet Epps, who is right now aboard the ISS, then Eric Bowie, Robert Bob Bacon, Doug Hurley, and Josh Casada. Also, Chris Ferguson, a former NASA astronaut and three-time space shuttle flyer, was integral part of the development of the star system. As Boeing's chief astronaut and a flight crew representative for a company's commercial crew program, Ferguson focused on ensuring the spacecraft and training system meet the needs of NASA astronauts. Prior to that, he was responsible for making such teammates on the ground were trained and ready to support crewed missions to the International Space Station, from pre-launch to docking and undocking to landing and recovery. Ferguson also trained for the Starliner's first crew flight test before transitioning his commander position to a NASA astronaut back in 2020.
certainly getting successful launch, successful dock, but we got to get home.
It's just going to be an immense sense of pride that we accomplished something that is so difficult, to send humans to the harsh environment of space and back safely.
As soon as they get out of that vehicle, I think everyone's going to take that breath and go like, oh, they're here, they're safe.
To everyone that I've met on this program, it's not just a job. It's a dream that we are making come true.
But you were saying when you were watching that, you really began to tear up.
Yes, you can call me Mike today. And
oh, what did I? Oh my gosh, I'm so
Butch
sorry,
is on
Mike.
the start. No, I just wanted to say that montage was really meaningful, and it really shows how integrated the crew and is with our Boeing teammates, and how much that you know, their spirits and their hard work are helping us soar to the stars today. And so that was a really nice montage.
And Dee, your team, obviously.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, this is great. We've been waiting for this moment, and here we are. So, you know, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control in Houston. Jim?
Thanks, Dee. Flight Director Mike Lammers and his team here in Houston are still working steadily through their pre-launch actions, and everything's been going pretty smoothly. Been clear across the board most of the day as we count down toward today's 10:52 a.m. Eastern, 14:52 UTC liftoff.
Once they have lifted off, they'll have a 25-hour ride to get to the International Space Station. And with this being the crewed flight test, they'll have a number of test or flight test objectives to work through, putting the Starliner systems through its paces to prove them out before operational flights begin. The first of those will come after Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams reach orbit today, when they'll be doing some manual piloting checkouts while they're still well away from the space station. They'll be flying some attitude maneuvers, changing Starliner's orientation using only visual cues to start with, and then using Starliner's attitude direction indicator, which will be used for all the other planned attitude maneuvers. They'll also point the spacecraft's tail to the sun to demonstrate that it can use solar arrays to recharge its batteries.
And once they arrive near station, they'll take over with manual control again to demonstrate their ability to station keep for 5 minutes at the opening of the approach corridor. And this corridor reaches out to a little under 250 meters away from the forward docking port on the ISS Harmony node, or as you may hear as we listen into the flight loops later, node 2 forward. Now this maneuver should be pretty familiar to both Butch and Suni. It's very similar to flight ops they performed while in the Navy, things like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker, doing a landing approach of the carrier, and for Suni, hovering a helicopter over a landing pad. And this demonstration will be a checkout of manual 6 degree of freedom control. So that will use both joysticks in Starliner. The translational hand controller, pretty similar to like a throttle stick in an aircraft, and the rotational hand controller, which looks and operates almost identically to a joystick in an aircraft.
Now, those of you who joined us recently, today's launch vehicle supporting the mission is Atlas V rocket. So let's talk about a little bit and to learn things about it. So it is a vehicle modified specifically for the Boeing CST-100 Starliner spacecraft. Atlas V Starliner configuration does not include a payload fairing. This I was talking about a little bit earlier in the stream, that you might have seen a figure that is N22 associated with Atlas V Starliner crew flight test, and in that figure that N represents that there will be no payload fairing. Instead, the Starliner's insulated surface takes place of the fairing to protect the crewed spacecraft during ascent. The vehicle's height with the Boeing CST-100 Starliner is approximately 172 feet, which is 52.4 meters. The CST-100 Starliner is attached to the Atlas V using a launch vehicle adapter, that is LVA, which also includes an aeroskirt to reduce the aerodynamic loads to the vehicle. The aeroskirt is jettisoned for improved performance following the booster stage separation. Next we got the Centaur. The Centaur second stage is 10 feet, which is 30 meters in diameter, and 41.5 feet, which is 12.6 meters in length. Its propellant tanks are pressure stabilized and constructed of corrosion resistant stainless steel. Centaur is a cryogenic vehicle fueled with liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The Atlas V configuration for this mission is powered by dual RL-10A42 engines, each producing 100.5 kilonewtons of thrust at sea level. The cryogenic tanks are insulated with a combination of helium-purged blankets, radiation shields, and spray-on foam insulations, which is acronymed as SOFI. The Centaur forward adapter, that is the CFA, provides structural mountings for the fault-tolerant avionics system and electrical interfaces with the spacecraft. The Centaur also includes an emergency detection system, that is EDS, that monitors for crucial hazards to detect an imminent or occurring failure. The EDS also provides critical in-flight data, which supports jettison of the ascent cover and initiates CST-100 Starliner spacecraft separation. Now those who are with us on this live stream, we would like to request you something, that if you are feeling we are adding value to your viewing experience, consider giving this video a like, which really helps YouTube's algorithm to bring in more space fans and to discover this stream out. Also, consider subscribing to us, as we strive hard to bring streams filled with stats and details, and we would be super grateful for your support. Also, we would like to thanks for joining us. So coming back to the vehicle details, next we got the booster, that is 12.5 feet, which is 3.81 meters in diameter, and 106.5 feet, that is 32.4 meters in length. The booster tanks are structurally rigid and constructed of isocrete aluminum barrels, spun formed aluminum domes, and intertank skirts. Booster propulsion is provided by the RD-180 engine system, a single engine with two thrust chambers. The RD-180 burns RP1, that is the rocket grade kerosene propellant, or you can say highly purified kerosene, and liquid oxygen, and delivers 3.83 meganewtons of thrust at sea level. Two solid rocket boosters, that is the SRBs, generate the additional power required at liftoff, with each SRB, that is the solid rocket booster, providing 1.55 meganewtons of thrust. The Centaur avionics system provides guidance, flight control, and vehicle sequencing functions during the booster and Centaur phases of the flight. Boeing CST-100 Starliner is full service system. The program provides all elements needed to transport crew and cargo to and from Earth orbit destinations, including crew training and mission planning, spacecraft and launch vehicle assembly, integration and testing, and crew and cargo recovery. The goal is to provide safe, reliable, and sustainable access to space, beginning with missions to the International Space Station and with NASA as the flagship customer. Back in 2014, Boeing was awarded up to $4.2 billion by NASA to build, test, and fly the Starliner. The contract includes 6 service missions as well as an uncrewed and a crewed flight test to the ISS. Now, speaking of some stats of Starliner crew module, it consists of 12 reaction control system, that is the RCS thrusters, with each reaction control system producing 100 pounds of force. Also the service module consists of 28 RCS thrusters, with each RCS thruster producing 85 pounds of force. Then it got 20 orbital maneuvering and attitude control, that is acronymed as OMAC. So these 20 orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters, each of them produces 1500 pounds of force. And lastly, it got 4 launch abort engines, which produces 40,000 pounds of force each. The Starliner's crew module height is 16.5 feet, which is 5 meters, including the crew module and the service module. Now in the same way, let's discuss about some stats of the Atlas V launch vehicle supporting today's mission. It got RD-180 booster engine, which produces 860,000 pounds of force. 2 solid rocket boosters, that is the SRBs, which produces 380,000 pounds of force each. Then it has dual RL-10 Centaur engines, which produces 46,000 pounds of force. And the Atlas V Starliner is 171 feet, that is 52 meters in height.
Bring a lot to the table in terms of helping us as a team get to a place where we're ready to go fly. They've been very integral to the process for years, and all of that culminates with this flight test. This business that we're in, human spaceflight, it is, I've said before, it's not for the faint of heart. It has the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. It's very unforgiving. Spaces are very unforgiving. The margins are small. We understand. And really, to be in it, your heart has to be, you have to be, I say, in it to win it. So what I try to do is try to think about, what are we missing? What are we not thinking about? What have we not discussed? What have we maybe failed to have enough imagination or curiosity to pursue? And I try to look at things through a lens of what's missing. I expect it to be a very successful flight test. I think we'll learn some things, because we always do. We'll learn every time we fly. And that's part of the beauty of this business. It's part of why we're so drawn to it. It's part of what exploration is about.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the official broadcast of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test. We have a beautiful aerial view of the rocket and spacecraft on Launch Pad 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'm NASA's Megan Cruz. This is NASA astronaut Mike Fink, and that's Boeing's Dee Russell.
Good morning.
Now, we are here to watch NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams make history as the first people to fly aboard Boeing's Starliner capsule. And Mike, liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket is slated for 10:52 and 15 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. Where are we in the countdown? We're looking really great in this countdown.
Yes, so far so good. The rocket is in great shape, and the capsule on top, the spacecraft Starliner Calypso, they closed the hatch about 10 or 15 minutes ago and are just finishing up on the leak checks, saying that the hatch is definitely holding air, and we're ready for the pad team to say goodbye and head off the launch tower. 1 hour and 5 minutes to go.
Now, CFT is the last test before NASA can certify Starliner for regular missions to the International Space Station for its commercial crew program. It's also only the 6th time that NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. The last time an Atlas-class rocket launched humans to space was 61 years ago with the final flight of NASA's Mercury program.
Over the last 3 hours, both Butch and Suni, who you see there on your screen, have been getting ready for liftoff. The astronauts were helped into their suits inside the historic crew quarters suit-up room. You see that there. And then they walked out to family and friends. A wave there from Butch and Suni before the 20-minute ride to Launch Complex 41 in an Astrovan. After arriving at the pad, the crew ascended the crew access tower to get into the Starliner spacecraft. They ingressed or got into Starliner and are now strapped in, awaiting liftoff. Mike, why is it so important for NASA's commercial crew program to certify a second, again, dissimilar crew transportation system to the International Space Station?
Megan, it's really important because right now we only have 2 ways to get into humans into space. One is with the Soyuz and our Russian partners, and we all know that that's our relationship with the Russian Federation's a little bit tricky. We still maintain a good connection in space. And then we have Dragon, which is a fantastic a spacecraft launching on the Falcon 9. But those are only two ways. Having a third way to get to the International Space Station, or from the U.S. perspective, a redundant way to go, is that if something goes wrong with anybody, we still can get people up and down to the International Space Station. And we found that out with the Columbia disaster, how important it was to have another way to get to space. We stopped flying astronauts up and down the space station solely on the space shuttle, and we started flying on Soyuz, and that really taught us some good lessons then.
Mike, you spoke with Butch and Suni recently. How are they feeling about the road to this moment with only an hour and 3 minutes to launch?
I think Butch and Suni right now are probably taking small cat naps, or I guess Suni, she doesn't like cats as much as puppy naps, I don't know, but they are very excited. They've had it's been a long road in quarantine, away from friends, and they've been able to see their family from a distance, but they are ready. They're very much mentally prepared and physically prepared for a great launch today.
As you can see, guys, Mike is a great resource for us today. He actually trained alongside Butch and Suni to fly on this mission and is actually the backup pilot if needed. So we're encouraging you to send him any questions you might have about what you see today. Just go to social media and use the hashtag AskNASA, and we will continue to take as many questions as we can live. Again, a check of the clock, 1 hour, 2 minutes, 26 seconds and counting until NASA's Boeing crew flight test.
Now I would like to answer the question asked by Sinister Sri Lankan. If you are still there on the stream. Sorry for the interruption. So if you are still there on the stream, I guess if I'm not wrong, it is a little bit of confusion going on, that the Starship and the Space Launch System, that is the SLS, are actually separate rocket systems developed for different organizations. Space Launch System, that is the SLS, is developed by NASA, designed for human exploration beyond Earth orbit, and is capable of sending the Orion spacecraft, 4 astronauts and large cargo directly to the moon on a single mission. So the SLS is not directly related to the Starship. Whereas Starship is developed by SpaceX, it is designed for a variety of missions including lunar and Mars exploration, and which is not a part of SLS program. So in conclusion, the Starship is not launched using the Space Launch System. If I am not wrong, I think the question you phrased is a little wrong, and I would beg your pardon, not to mind me. And if you have any questions further regarding this, please don't hesitate to ask about it. As regarding the SpaceX Starship, tomorrow, that is on June 6th, we will be having the 4th integrated flight test, and also the FAA approval have been granted, so there is no more holdups coming up, at least from other organizations clearance. But we can still have any technical issues coming from the SpaceX team, so hope there will be nothing to show up and we would be able to see the 4th integrated flight test tomorrow.
390.
Active.
All right, another part of our job is to wear headsets and listen to the loops that you're hearing there on the broadcast, as well as some of the other side channels, just to keep track of everything going on today. We did just get an update that the helium leak on Starliner remains good. We have confirmation it is still acceptable for flight, looking about like it did on Saturday. So that's great news. And Dylan, Atlas has been really all over the solar system, but preps for today's launch are just a little bit different.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
So that's a good news we got, that the helium leaks are not there and is not there, and everything looks fine. Previously, for these helium leaks only, we had a scrub for Boeing Starliner crew flight test. So as of today, everything looks fine.
Go ahead.
Yes, Operation 55, Step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
So we do have added steps to support those additional activities to ingress the crew and then close out the Starliner and then prepare the crew access tower for launch. But right now, today, we're remaining in our final built-in hold as we continue to prepare for liftoff. There are a few activities left for us today. The blue team will be clearing the area soon, at which point the final preparations for launch will get underway, and we'll be configuring the vehicle's propulsion and hydraulic systems for flight. The avionics team will be loading upper-level wind data into our flight computer that allows us steering through the atmosphere. And you'll also start to hear final comm checks between the LCC, Mission Control in Houston, the BMCC at Kennedy Space Center, and the Starliner crew. Once all that is done, we'll be retracting that big crew access arm. That'll be one of the big visual cues on the launch pad that lets us know that we're getting closer to launch. And then you'll start to hear us get into our final polling for launch.
All right, Megan, we are now just under an hour to launch, so we will see you guys back here in just a little bit. Actually, we're going to go over to NASA's Daryl Nail at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much. And looking here into Hangar AE, and you can see here the CCP team, Commercial Crew Program, is back here monitoring everything that's been going on. And so far, it's been a beautiful countdown. Let's talk a little bit about weather. You can see around the pad, there's been some cumulus clouds that have popped up in and around the area, and that's because some sea breeze has come ashore, and there you see it. Sea breeze, of course, activating with some of the warm air over the land. Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin says, though, no problem and no issue. Oh, there's a big cumulus cloud right next to the pad. She believes that these are going to be able to pass over by the time we hit T0, so not looking to have much of a problem there. And she just briefed us that we're still go. 90% go is currently where we're standing at. Again, beautiful weather outside. You see the one concern there, the cumulus cloud rule. And so they will be keeping their eyes on that. We did have some showers offshore. Those, though, dispersed, and that's not a problem. We do have some weather. We're also watching along the ascent corridor. We're keeping track of that.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
CST-100 pad operations are complete and ready to configure the white room for launch. Annulus purge was disconnected at 13:54 Zulu.
Now we got an update that the Starliner operations have been completed for the blue team. Now they are clearing their way to begin configuring the white room for launch. This will include retracting the access board and deflating the environmental seal around the spacecraft.
Minus 11 minutes, retract the arm away. All right, again, the ascent corridor weather, though, it is low for any issues. So all across the board, we still look good for weather. There's a look at the satellite loop, and you can see all across the eastern seaboard, all the way up into the maritime provinces of Canada. Fortunately, we got a high-pressure system off North Carolina that's keeping everything pretty stable and clear out there. Just a couple of issues along the way, but nothing that would put the Starliner at risk of splashing down all along that track if they needed to, should something happen to the rocket. We're looking good so far from out here at Slick 41 and Hangar AE, and we'll send it back to the host desk.
And let's take another look at the crew for this flight test. We see Commander Butch Wilmore. He was at the bottom left corner of your screen, NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain. Raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments, supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. Before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights, as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then 5 years later he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41. So far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks, so this flight will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
And Suni Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will also be Suni's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman on a test flight of an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Suni has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Suni was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts, and is married to Michael Williams. She enjoys hanging out with their dogs, working out, hiking, and camping, as well as working on cars and houses. As the crew aboard Starliner prepares to launch to the space station, let's take a look at what's in store for Suni and Butch while on this mission.
Spacecraft in all aspects of the flight, from launch, on orbit, all the way to entry and landing.
We're testing out the environmental control system, we're testing out the manual flying of the spacecraft. Then while we're docked to the space station, we have a bunch of tasks to make sure that the spacecraft can act as a lifeboat. And just in case anything bad goes on the International Space Station, the crew on board can come to the Starliner and make sure that they're okay.
This has a mode where we call it backup mode, which is your get home mode, if you will. We can, without any communication at all, we can still effect a return to Earth, do a deorbit burn, and hit the point where we're trying to land, even without our computers. You know, that old mantra, failure is not an option.
Now, as you just heard, CFT, that is the crew flight test, is a 3rd orbital flight for the CST-100 Starliner and the second for the original crew module in the Starliner fleet named Calypso. As part of agency's commercial crew program, the mission is the first crewed flight for Starliner spacecraft. The mission will test the end-to-end capabilities of the Starliner system, which includes launch, docking, and return to Earth in the western United States. Following a successful crewed flight test, NASA will begin the final process of certifying Starliner and systems for crewed missions to the space station. Starliner will carry NASA astronauts Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore to the space station for a docking to the forward port of the Harmony module approximately a day after liftoff. Now, speaking of the docking, so the docking is targeted for June 6th to the forward facing port of the station's Harmony module at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, the hatch will be opened. Next up, we will have the welcome remarks at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Now we got an update that the White Room operations are reported complete by the Blue Team. Starliner's crew hatch is closed and cabin pressurized for its launch into space. In a couple of minutes, we will see the Blue Team departing the launch pad shortly.
To the east, and so all along the southern coast of the United States you have a pretty good chance of seeing it. And what that trajectory allows us to do is to have no blackout areas where the crew would be unable to abort the flight, God forbid, in the event of an anomaly. And it delivers them just short of being orbital, so if there were any issues with the capsule's propulsion system, they get a free return safely to the surface of the Earth. So very unique for us. We've never flown, apart from the test flights of this capsule, a trajectory that is suborbital before.
Wow, and talking about uniqueness, is there anything new or different on this Atlas V rocket for this crewed launch compared to other uncrewed Atlas V launches?
Yes, there are. There's a handful of things, and they are all safety related. So the most obvious thing is there's no payload fairing, because if there were to be an abort where we want the capsule to fly the crew safely away, the fairing would be in the way, so we fly without it. We also have an emergency detection system, which is like a very high-speed computer that is plugged into all the systems on Atlas and monitoring its health, so that if an anomaly started happening faster than any human could possibly do it, this computer would detect it and command the separation of the capsule. And of course, on Centaur, we have 2 RL-10s instead of 1 rocket engine for more thrust, because of that long flat trajectory. The last thing we do is actually kind of subtle and maybe a little bit trivial for most people, but we anodize the first stage of the booster to protect it from a thing called stress corrosion cracking. And just to be extra careful for the crew, we actually double the thickness of that anodization.
Wow, that is fascinating. Tori, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan, Dee, Mike, back over to you.
And as we check out some pad team members there getting ready to leave the crew access tower, teams inside mission control at Johnson Space Center in Houston are also keeping a close eye on launch. Here's NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks so much, Megan. Welcome back to Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. We are now 44 minutes away from launch and everything continuing to go pretty smoothly. Team here is under leadership again of Flight Director Mike Lammers today. Once Starliner gets off the pad, Jim and I will be with you through the ascent, giving you the play-by-play as Starliner makes its way into orbit and expanding on the calls that you'll hear from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, making to Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams.
There are a number of major milestones you'll want to keep an eye out for during Starliner's climb to orbit. The first you'll hear from Starliner's crew is roll program coming from Commander Wilmore, indicating that Starliner is rolling into the planned orientation for ascent and orbit ops. Then about 45 seconds into flight, the crew and Starliner will reach what's called max Q, which is the maximum dynamic pressure that they will experience during ascent, and that happens just before they reach Mach 1.
A minute and 35 seconds into flight, the solid rocket boosters that give Starliner its first major push into orbit will have been used up. Starliner will then hold on to them for just a little more than a minute after that, and then jettison the boosters before second stage takes over and gets Starliner the rest of the way to orbit.
Starliner will actually reach orbit about 11 minutes and 58 seconds into flight, at which point the Centaur's main engines will cut off. Starliner and its crew hold onto that stage for a couple of minutes, and then separate from it at around 14 minutes 58 seconds into flight. From there, Butch and Sunny will be free-flying Starliner on their own.
During ascent, you'll hear Kutrick mentioning a number of abort-related milestones as Starliner moves past them. Starliner can safely abort all the way up to orbit, as you just heard in that interview we saw from Florida. That includes the East Coast, off the coast of Newfoundland, and off the coast of Ireland. Beyond that, it would just be able to safely abort to orbit, and of course, we're hoping not to need any of those options.
And the last major milestone before crew begins what we call orbit ops is the orbital insertion, or OI burn, which will move Starliner into slightly elliptical orbit as opposed to the more slightly suborbital trajectory that it starts off in after separating from the Centaur. From there, Starliner will be on its way to the International Space Station.
And speaking of the space station, let's check in with Rob Navius and the International Space Station Flight Control Team. Rob?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Brandy. Back here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, flight controllers are keeping tabs on the countdown and monitoring the work on board by the Expedition 71 crew in advance of Starliner's scheduled arrival tomorrow. After docking, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Tracy Dyson, along with Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos and fellow cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, will be ready to roll out the red carpet as Wilmore and Williams float through the hatch into the Harmony module. Now, the dock timeline is designed to be variable. That means that the number of days Starliner could stay at the station could be adjusted depending on any further launch delays or undocking delays caused by weather conditions at the western U.S. landing sites for Starliner. One of the most important dock days for the Starliner crew will come 2 days prior to their scheduled undocking, when they load the last of the cargo items to be returned to Earth in the vehicle and conduct onboard manual piloting proficiency. That will enable them to stay sharp for their departure from the station and the deorbit and entry events that will follow. We're now 41 minutes, 9 seconds away from liftoff. Today, the operational loops are so far, thankfully, quiet. And with that, we'll go back to our folks at the Cape.
Now, as you heard before, after launch from Space Launch Complex 41, that is Slick 41, and separation from ULA's Atlas V rocket, Starliner will perform an engine burn to place the spacecraft and its crew into orbit for an approximately 25-hour journey to the space station. During the flight, the spacecraft and its crew will perform several flight test objectives, supporting the certification ahead of regular rotation mission for Starliner. The first test is to demonstrate performance of the crew equipment from pre-launch through ascent, including suit and seat performance. During approach, rendezvous and docking with the station, the Starliner team will assess spacecraft thruster performance for manual abort scenarios, conduct communication checkouts, test manual and automated navigation, and evaluate life support systems. Crew aboard the station will monitor the spacecraft's approach, and Starliner crew would command any necessary aborts. Next up, we are having an update that the final clearing of the blue team from the pad is underway before launch. Now head back to the stream.
But also that opportunity to get the crews back if there's an issue at all, and keep that presence going.
Absolutely. You know,
This has already been a very exciting year for the agency with many, many fascinating missions already taking place. Now with this historic launch about to take off, what else can the public look forward to?
It has been a great year and certainly a lot of learning already for me about the incredible mission that we have at NASA. And the missions that we have remaining this year, I'll just highlight a couple of them. Europa Clipper, which will be an incredible mission for us to watch in its journey and understanding even more about the solar system. NISAR, which will help continue our learning of Earth. And then we have X-59, that first A in NASA, right, the aeronautics, which will go through its first flight this year. We're about to do an engine run-up on that aircraft. And of course, heading towards Artemis 2 next year. The crews in Washington this week planted a moon tree just yesterday with our deputy administrator, and that gets us on our path back to the moon.
Absolutely, and we cannot wait for all of those missions. Jim, thank you so much for joining us here today. Megan, D, Mike, back over to you.
Thank you both. And we are now 38 minutes until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams. You can see there inside the Starliner spacecraft, patiently, maybe, awaiting liftoff, right, Mike?
Oh, they're very patient at this point, and so far so good today. It's been a very smooth count, as Rob Navius mentioned earlier.
And so the plan is for Butch and Suni to be docked. That was a call out saying that the pad team has cleared the pad. Now the plan is for Butch and Suni to be docked to the ISS for at least 8 days, and then after, they will return to Earth with a soft touchdown in the American Southwest. That's video and sound from inside Starliner during its return to Earth 2 years ago as part of the Orbital Flight Test 2 mission. Its heat shield will reach 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during re-entry. Parachutes then deploy, and the heat shield is discarded to expose Starliner's airbags. The original test pilot you see on the bottom center of your screen, Rosie the Rocketeer, collecting data of what astronauts might experience during landing. Starliner is the first and only American orbital crew capsule to land on land. This allows for quicker access to crew and cargo. It also makes turning the spacecraft around for future missions quicker. But Mike, Starliner can also land in water in the case of an emergency.
Absolutely. Starliner has a lot of heritage and commonality with the Orion spacecraft, which lands on water. Starliner is a little bit smaller and a little bit lighter, so it can actually land on land. It has those airbags, as we saw. I can't wait to try them out. That's the first thing I'm going to ask Butch and Suni about. How are the airbags? Because Soyuz is a little bit hard landing, but everybody's fine. But it's really those airbags, I think, are going to make a difference. But landing on water, we have a different airbag configuration, and so we have a fifth airbag that opens up in the middle, and so it's definitely planned that we could land on water, but we save that only for emergencies, because refurbishing the capsule afterwards is going to be kind of tough with all the saltwater contamination. So we'd really like to land on land. We have 5 spots in the southwest of the United States that we can land on.
And I remember Suni saying that she would much rather land on land because she said she had a lot of anxiety with landing in the water, even after you're back on Earth, because it's such a long rescue process, and you're bobbing in the ocean. You know, she said when you land on land, it's done, you're safe.
See, that's the Air Force perspective. That's how we always think of things too. The Navy guys, you know, they should like the water, but no, this is jokes aside. That's exactly it. It's a lot easier to find us, and a lot more options if and when we land on land.
All right, so we're coming up on 35 minutes until liftoff.
And here comes a comm check.
Yeah, I want to set the stage now for a series of comm checks.
Go ahead. Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
So yeah, we expect to hear repeated communication checks with Capcom in Houston and the crew. This is an opportunity for them to also discuss any anomalies or resolutions to those anomalies, but we've been saying no issues, the team today, so that's great news. And then these comm checks that we'll hear now, we're going to periodically hear them throughout these final 34 minutes. And again, communication is so important, and we want to make sure that those channels are working properly from the crew to everybody else on the ground that's helping to monitor launch. And where we are now, again, the pad team has cleared the pad.
So it's just Butch, Sunny, a Starliner, and Atlas and Centaur all
That's
together.
Right. Yep. The first two astronauts to fly in Starliner.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can also give you step 60. Flight hazard area has been cleared of all personnel accounted for.
Roger.
Butch and Sunny, the first two astronauts to fly in Starliner. Sunny will be the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. And the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket was nearly 61 years ago. CFT is going to be that final test to certify a second commercial spacecraft to ferry astronauts to and from the space station. And this is a cool fact, too. Actually, once in orbit, for the first time in NASA history, the agency will have 3 different crew spacecraft orbiting in space simultaneously. So that's, of course, the International Space Station, the SpaceX Crew Dragon, and then Boeing Starliner spacecraft. What an incredible milestone.
That is an incredible milestone, and NASA's going to break that again, hopefully soon, when we have another spacecraft. We're working here at the Kennedy Space Center to get Artemis and the Orion spacecraft up into space, too. So these are exciting times, and we're building a future where there's even more spacecraft in the future with humans on board going to space. And that's more opportunity for future astronauts.
Yeah, Dee, what do you think about that? Again, Boeing, Boeing Starliner joining as one of the 3 crewed spacecraft that's in orbit.
Yeah, exactly. I echo exactly what Mike said, that this is all about expanding human space flight. So having another vehicle, once this is certified, is going to do exactly that. It's going to get more people into space. Of course, this time to the International Space Station, it's going to increase science. But of course, there's also private missions. So, at the end of the day, it's going to be, it's always great when you can get more people, into space.
Yeah, and we've been asking you to submit your Ask NASA questions from social media, so let's answer some more of those now. We have this one from, love this name, Shaquille Oatmeal on Twitch asking, what's the life of an astronaut like between launches, Mike?
Yes, we spend all of our life, training and wanting to become an astronaut, and then once you're an astronaut, what's it like? And so we do a lot more training. But I'll say that the last time I flew in space, we just had our landing anniversary on June 1st on STS-134, and that was in 2011. That would have been a great day to launch, but we chose not to. But that was 13 years ago. So in the last 13 years, what have I been up to? And that's been helping get Dragon and Starliner up into space, helping my friends aboard the International Space Station as Capcom. I helped Sunny when she was doing spacewalks, and we help each other. It's all part of a big team. And so today it's great to see Butch and Sunny. They've both been waiting a long time to go fly again. Trying to get a third mission or a fourth mission is really, you have to wait and be patient. And Butch and Sunny are going to have they've been working hard on Starliner too. And that's what we do between missions. We help get ready for the next missions and help our friends be ready and support them while they're in space.
Yeah, and the commercial crew program is so important because in working with our commercial partners, it really allows NASA to pursue other things, like, again, returning to the moon. Our eyes are set on Mars with the Artemis program.
Indeed, and I'll just say I've enjoyed working both with SpaceX and really with Boeing. I mean, when we saw our teammates on the montage earlier, it just it made me tear up a little bit, and I'm not afraid to say that because there's a lot of respect with the team.
And let's take another question now. This one is from World Citizen on YouTube asking, does the crew on the space station watch the launch?
So right now it's the middle of
L minus 30 minutes.
30 minutes to go.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
So arm controls, start arm hydraulic final preps.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH 2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
That's all the communications between the launch team, basically all the steps that's needed to get us to T0.
Yes.
Now just for a quick update, let's talk about the Starliner orbit at separation. The perigee will be 39.37 nautical miles. The apogee will be 98.02 nautical miles and will be having an inclination of 51.62 degrees with an azimuth angle of 50.40 degrees.
And we did get a chance to talk to NASA astronauts Tracy Dyson and Jeanette Epps prior to launch.
Prop 1 LC.
Prop 1 go.
Are we complete?
Yes, RD-180 transducer converter calibration is complete and the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control. Start flight control. Final prep.
Roger. LC, Puny 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
Again,
now some updates coming up, that the safety officials confirmed that the hazard area surrounding Space Launch Complex 41 has been cleared of the blue team. Also, the launch weather officer Melody Levin from Space Launch Delta 45 Weather Squadron at Cape Canaveral confirms that all conditions remain observed and forecast go for the liftoff at 10:52 a.m. Eastern Daytime, which will be 14:52 hours UTC today.
Lead crew flight test flight director Mike Lammers is getting ready to poll the flight control team here in Houston for a go or no-go, verifying that all of Starliner systems are ready for launch. Everything is looking good at the moment, and Lammers will use this poll to determine his own response to the final go, no-go poll by the launch conductor just before liftoff.
Once we do get into the terminal countdown time frame, there are a few major activities that the team will oversee. The first is Starliner's transition from ground power to battery power. That comes about 18 minutes before launch, and we leave it as late as possible so we can launch with those batteries as...
Go ahead.
Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
L minus 27 minutes.
We leave that power transition as late as possible so we can launch the batteries as close to full charge as possible. A few minutes later, with less than 10 minutes to go before liftoff, Starliner's ordnance will be armed. That activates the critical systems that are needed to detach all the things that Starliner would ultimately deploy or jettison as it climbs to orbit, or back for a landing if that became necessary. And then finally, just 1 minute and 15 seconds before launch, they'll work with the crew to activate the launch abort system, which would rocket the crew to safety in the case of an abort or on the pad early in the ascent.
This will likely be the last you hear from us until liftoff. So we are going to send you back to the team in Florida to let Megan, Dee, and Mike see us through the rest of the countdown. Go Starliner.
Now let's take a closer look at Starliner, the next generation crew capsule that you see atop the Atlas V rocket there on launch pad 41 on Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Mike, Starliner is something, like you said, and Butch and Sunny, you guys really have your fingerprints all over that to make it the ride to space that you guys wanted.
Indeed, Starliner is definitely Ferguson even called it a astronaut or a pilot spacecraft.
And so that next generation crew capsule, it measures 16.5 feet tall with a diameter of 15 feet. That's about the size of a mid-size SUV. It was designed to carry up to 7 astronauts or a mix of crew and cargo for missions to the International Space Station. After today's test flight, NASA will fly crews of 4 or 5 with cargo. Starliner is also reusable up to 10 times. I'm sure you're excited for your opportunity to fly in Starliner, Mike.
Oh, indeed. We're hopefully Butch and Sunny, along with Calypso, are going to pave the way. We'll be in the other spacecraft that Boeing has. We have 2 capsules, and so again, it's always good to have an extra one and a backup one, and we're looking forward to flying next year.
Let's head back over to Johnson now, where we have Rob Navius with an update for us. Rob.
We are getting an update from Atlas Launch Control team that T minus 4 minutes and holding with 20 minutes remaining in this built-in hold. All the communication loops are quiet at present time. The countdown continues to target at a liftoff at 10:52 a.m. Eastern Daytime. Which would be today's instantaneous launch opportunity. And as we are getting close to T minus 23 minutes, the next major milestone that will be happening at T minus 22 minutes before launch, we will have the flight director poll, where the flight director team gives a go no go decision for the terminal count, which is a critical moment in the pre-launch sequence. Following that, at 20 minutes to launch, the crew configures their visors for the launch phase. As we edge closer, 18 minutes before liftoff, the Starliner undergoes its poll for terminal count and switches to internal power. This signifies the spacecraft is now operating independently, and just 3 minutes later, at 15 minutes to go, the countdown net 1 switches to AG1. Now regarding the weather, we are getting an update that upper level winds have been verified acceptable for structural roads and vehicle controls. Winds are green for today's launch opportunity.
On after. The real difference is that crew will lower their visors about 5 minutes later this time. That action would usually be taken around now or a minute or so from now, and we will listen for that in just a few minutes. The Capcom will tell the crew to put their visors down at that time, and that is a configuration that is needed for proper airflow through their suit. In an emergency, they could pressurize their suits.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
All secondary. Secondary.
Yeah, you're breaking up, SYS.
All secondary beacons are slide on RF link.
I did. Please check your headset.
We are getting some troubles from the Capcom communication.
Quickly if needed, and it's a little different for them this time because, as we mentioned during this broadcast, their helmet is really more of a visor. It lays back like a hoodie on their shirt, and they pull it forward and then just zip it up. And this config also calls for them to deflate their lumbar support and secure their restraints from launch. So once we get to that point, it's really buckle up, it's almost go time, and then the crews will report back when finished. And then while we're talking around L-19, we're also going to be looking for the Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. That will happen on a side channel. So I'll be listening for that, and I'll let you know when we hear it. We do have a few polls coming up. That one is short. It will take place in the Boeing Mission Control Center, or BMCC, here in Florida. That is where the spacecraft launch conductor, Brian Gartner, will pull people in that room in charge of the propulsion system. Yeah, you see the room there on your screen.
Oh, minus 20 minutes.
P1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Roger.
So welcome back, Vlad, and hope you are doing good. I'm just hanging around and waiting for the launch to happen, hopefully, and really praying that nothing will get wrong ahead of the launch. Let's see the launch at least today finally.
Wasn't sure if we're going to hear a little bit more about that. But again, there will be 3 calls coming up on this Starliner readiness poll for terminal count. They will poll the mission support room manager, or MSR. After launch, the BMCC turns into mission support as things shift over to Houston. They will also poll the spacecraft test conductor, who monitors our power systems.
Switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
So, Lauren, as we were mentioning earlier, there's been traffic on multiple side nets, and that announcement that you just heard is Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo now bringing the team out from the individual subsystem nets, bringing everybody to the command channel, channel 1, for the final minutes of the countdown here. So we're gonna start to hear more traffic on the command channel as we start to do our final configuration steps for launch. So we're going to hear a couple of things. We're going to hear
L-minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger.
We're going to hear some final avionics checks like that last call. We're going to hear hold fire switch verification. The range hold fire system allows representatives from Space Launch Delta 45 a hold button in the up the road at the Morrell Operations Center. So if there's an issue or range safety issue that comes up, they can press a button and automatically stop our sequencer. So that's called a hold fire check. Those hold fire switches will be configured shortly, and we'll also start to hear calls about wrapping up our helium bottle charging on both the first and second stage.
Now everything we are wanting to hear, just except the hold, hold, hold. Come on, guys.
Things
on time verified.
As they happen live with
Roger.
you. And we feel it's important for you to be able to...
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
L-minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch in the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
Verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
All right, we're going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Nail at Hangar AE. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much.
Working on our way through the various polls. So far all go. Working, no issues. The board is green.
Go, and what a beautiful shot of our beaches here from the courtesy of our chopper team here at the Kennedy Space Center. Folks coming out to enjoy the launch and an amazing day. Weather, no changes again. Low-topped cumulus clouds on land, which you see some of it there, but because they're low-topped, that's not a concern. When a rocket flies through a big, thick cumulus cloud, it can trigger a lightning strike, but those clouds are not the kind that can do that, according to Launch Weather Officer Melody Lovin. And so we're good to go there. We also have a launch visibility is always a factor here in the southeast. Can you see the rocket and from where? And our friends at United Launch Alliance provided us with this graphic so you can see about which point in the launch you would see the rocket. If you're within the first 2 inner circles, you should be able to see the solid rocket boosters jettison a minute after launch. Folks in the Orlando and Central Florida area will be able to see it about 90 seconds of flight, and then it'll come into view for much of the rest of the state.
Now hang on, guys. Let me also come into the chat. You guys are talking with each other and replying to Vlad. I'm sorry that there is no progress on the Discord server. Also saying sorry to Fairmate for the same. I'm not getting at a single, like you can say that you can see also that I'm not getting a little of time also. Also my health, there are some health issues I'm going through. And I'm happy that Fairmate will be making it through the launch today. And it's good that you are still awake, and we are happy that you are still with us.
Houston, ComTech, Air Ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and clear on air to ground 1.
Test flight, and Boeing is working towards certification. To do that, there are a total of 87 flight test objectives and many more operational capability checkouts. So take a look at some of the main objectives with the crew on board. I'll go through a couple of them here. So they will demonstrate the performance of crew-related equipment. The crew will perform hatch operations and transfer emergency equipment. They will also evaluate the vehicle and transfer cargo while in a docked configuration. They'll conform functionality of manual piloting and deorbit with a successful separation of the crew module from the service module. And finally, they will demonstrate Starliner's entry and descent.
That's quite funny, Vlad. But as Firma said, just be patient. You are seeing now when I'm taking some time, I'm showing up with good things. So good things are coming up. And to Fairmade, nothing to worry, just minor health issues. Else, I'm fine. Now you are saying also it's a marvelous idea. Oh God. Anyways, then make a Discord server and invite me. I'm glad to join in.
And Walt Cunningham.
STS-1 launched with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, and it launched April 12, 1981.
Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
You saw video there of Demo 2, May 2020, Doug Hurley, Bob Benkin.
And then, of course, today's NASA's and Boeing's crew flight test with Butch Wilmore, and Suni Williams.
You know, Mike, 12 minutes and 15 seconds to go. How are you feeling?
I am excited. I'm grateful to ULA and Boeing and NASA team.
And we got the call out for the crew to have their visors down and to perform the air pressure checks coming up. And also the next major milestone coming up is the access arm retraction.
Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke to walk us through the final moments of today's launch countdown. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it, Megan. We just heard the Starliner readiness poll is a go. We know the crew's visors are down now, so we are moving along smoothly into the final 11 minutes and 30 seconds of this countdown. This is an instantaneous launch window today, which means that we will launch when the orbital path for the ISS aligns with the Space Coast. Once we get into orbit, Starliner will be working to catch up with the space station, eventually reaching speeds of more than 17,500 miles per hour.
Now back in T-minus 11 minutes, the arm control engineer here in the Launch Control Center has been given a go to retract the launch pad crew access arm. The catwalk is being hydraulically swung away from the Starliner spacecraft and stored for launch. As stated previously in the previous launch attempt, this arm can be re-extended in less than 15 seconds if need arises. Hopefully that need won't arise today, which arose earlier. And also, as you heard, that it is a instantaneous launch opportunity that is at 10:52 a.m. Eastern Daytime, which occurs at the orbital plane of the International Space Station, crosses over the Atlas V launch pad. At the time of the launch, the space station will be flying 260 miles over the south central Turkey, and Starliner is taking aim at the station for an automated rendezvous and docking tomorrow.
That initiate our separation events are ready to support both nominal and contingency operations that happen or could happen during ascent.
So Lauren, we're just about 2.5 minutes now away from our terminal count status check. The terminal count status check is the final report from each operator indicating that their system, whether it be a ground control system or a launch vehicle system, is ready to execute the final 4 minutes of the countdown to launching the rocket. At this point, if there were an issue, the anomaly team would be discussing it, but nothing like that has happened right now. All's quiet. I am expecting to hear all members of the team report go when pulled by Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo.
Now we got an update that Starliner is confirmed on internal power for launch.
We'll view this as their favorite poll. It's kind of fun to listen to them list off each system, and then that team will give a final go or no go for launch. And we will be able to watch cameras on the rocket today, and live telemetry feeding back will provide a real-time look at the spacecraft model when video isn't possible during the ascent as it moves through the dynamic phases.
We are just 8 minutes away from the liftoff, and we are quite thrilled.
Minus 8 minutes.
Hopefully we will see the launch.
Under 8 minutes before Butch and Sunny head back to a place they consider home. Both of them have spent 2 different stints of about 6 months on the International Space Station, and they are thrilled to be going back for a 3rd time.
For now, everything looks perfect and smooth going. And besides Sunny and Butch, we are also thrilled seeing them to reach the ISS.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
Now we got an update that the crew arm has been stored against the crew access tower. We are standing for the readiness poll to proceed with terminal count. Launch conductor Doug Lebo will poll 29 engineers and managers for the go to launch today. But first, Launch Director Tom Heather is receiving status inputs from the Director of Engineering and the Starliner Mission Director Leroy Kane, the result of which will feed into the readiness poll shortly. As of now, the polling is underway to proceed with terminal count.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Arm control.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Redline monitor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Op safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system engineer.
Go.
Anomaly chief.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Flight director.
Houston flight is go.
Starliner.
Starliner, go.
Launch director.
You have permission to launch.
Proceeding with the count.
So the ULA launch director Tom Heather has given the final permission to launch. The pronouncement was made following the readiness poll of the launch team by launch conductor Doug Lebo that verified all systems are go to resume the countdown today.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sunny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the White Room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned.
T-5 minutes.
A people committed to God, family, and country. A people who use their gifts and talents for the common good and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 3:55.
Resumed for on-time liftoff.
Just beautiful words from Butch there. No better example of unity on this planet than what happens at the International Space Station, where Butch and Sunny are headed in just 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
T-minus 4 minutes and counting. The final phase of today's countdown is underway at Cape Canaveral to launch the Atlas V rocket and 2 astronauts in the Boeing CST-100 Starliner spacecraft for the crewed flight test of NASA's Commercial Crew Program. The countdown clock have resumed, leading us to a 10:52 a.m. Eastern Daytime and 14:52 hours UTC liftoff. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. The Atlas V first stage liquid oxygen replenishment is being secured so that the tank can be pressurized for launch, and the ground pyrotechnics have been armed to release the vehicle from the launch pad at liftoff.
Flight software is in ascent mode. It is now set for the uphill climb.
$159. Vehicle internal. 155. Launch sequencer start. 150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2.
Vehicle is now transferred to its onboard batteries, and topping is
140.
completed.
Launch enabled. 137.
T-minus 80 seconds. The rocket's ordnance controller and the vehicle safety system has been armed. The flight software on the Atlas V is going active, and emergency detection system is transitioning to its ascent mode. T-minus 55 seconds. The firing chain is armed. The solid rocket boosters are ready for ignition. The Range Operation Commander confirms that the Space Force Eastern Range at Cape is in a green condition for launch.
$54. POP started.
It will trigger the launch abort system on Starliner and fire automatically. If that happened, the spacecraft would push itself away from the rocket a mile up and a mile out.
Atlas at flight press.
Coming up at T-minus 25 seconds, a final status check will be announced on the Atlas, Centaur and the Starliner
30.
readiness
Centaur at flight press.
by each stage.
25. Status check. Go Atlas. Go
So,
Centaur.
We
Go
got the
Starliner.
final go.
Godspeed, Butch and Sunny.
Next up, the RD-180 will road to lift
10,
off.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
And we have liftoff for the NASA's Boeing Starliner crew flight test. Atlas V has
Commander
cleared
Butch
the
Wilmore
tower.
Calling down to Mission Control here in Houston that the spacecraft has begun rolling into the right attitude for its ascent, and the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer here in the room seeing good data on that.
Starliner passing through max Q, or the point of maximum dynamic pressure where the forces of air friction are highest. Butch and Sunny will shortly be passing through Mach 1, where the speed of sound.
Got a good throttle up.
Starliner and Atlas. Looking good with speeds and attitude increasing as expected. Coming up in less than 20 seconds, the solid rocket boosters will run out of fuel and burn out.
Good SRB burnout.
Good SRB.
Now that the fuel in the solid rocket boosters has been depleted, the Atlas main booster stage will be continuing its burn for about the next 3 minutes.
Good handle.
Good handle.
That call, good handle, from Capcom Joshua Kutrick, indicating that the crew now has the ability to initiate an abort manually if needed. All looking good so far. Now 2 minutes into Starliner's flight and coming up on the solid rocket booster jettison at the 2 minute and 40-second mark.
At T plus 2 minutes and 30 seconds, solid rocket booster separation is confirmed. Both motors jettisoned from Atlas V first stage, having completed their job and providing nearly half of the energy at liftoff.
After seeing Starliner through its first 90 seconds of flight, team on the ground here confirming that it was a good jettison and that the vehicle's trajectory continues to look good. Now 3 minutes into today's flight.
This launch marks the final flight of the AG-60 SRB on Atlas V after more than 20 years of service. Following SRB separation, Atlas V transitioned to closed-loop guidance to aim the trajectory towards a precision point in space to deploy Starliner for its trek to International Space Station. Coming up at T plus 3 minutes, Atlas V is passing 2 lakh feet in altitude and traveling at Mach 5. The first stage main engine continues to operate nominally, burning a mixture of
throttling back to limit the G-forces on Butch and Sunny, trying to limit that to around 3.5 times the force of gravity you would feel while on the ground.
The first stage main engine continues to operate nominally, burning a mixture of highly refined kerosene and liquid oxygen. Next up, at T plus 3 minutes and 45 seconds, the main engine is easing back on the throttle to maintain a constant 3.5 G acceleration, and the pyro valves opening is confirmed on the Centaur, allowing helium to pressurize the reaction control system for its upcoming use. T plus 4 minutes, now passing 3 lakh feet in altitude as first stage propulsion continues for another half minute. The Centaur is about to begin its cool down sequence during the boost phase of the flight to condition the dual RL-10 engine for ignition. Now T plus 4 minutes and 49 seconds, successful staging and ignition of the Centaur upper stage is confirmed off the coast of Georgia. Both engines
Decals open, you have sublimator act.
Decal sub-act.
Both engines
Reporting that they saw
are up.
On top of Starliner that's been protecting the spacecraft's docking system through its climb to orbit. They saw that jettison as planned.
Staging was good. You have good control.
Both engines are up and burning. The vehicle now weighs less than 9% of the liftoff mass.
Starliner into space, fueled by liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. The next milestone that we'll be watching for is the
The first stage of the flight was completed with booster engine cutoff or BECO, followed by separation of Atlas V's common core booster that enabled Centaur's dual RL-10A42 engines to begin their single firing in today's launch. Next, at T plus 5 minutes and 10 seconds, aeroskirt jetation is confirmed.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
This structure below the launch vehicle adapter provided aerodynamic stability during the flight to smooth the airflow over the vehicle.
Offset of 31 seconds of ISP, or specific impulse.
The altitude of Atlas V and Starliner is now more than 4 lakh feet. At T plus 6 minutes, RL-10 engines are performing well with good operating parameters reported as the Atlas V rocket flies over the coast of Carolina. T plus 6 minutes and 30 seconds, a review of boost stage performance shows a nominal burn by the common core booster.
All continuing to perform well, almost 7 minutes into today's flight.
T plus 7 minutes and 30 seconds, good Centaur. Capcom Josh Kurtic is in the mission control, just radioed to Starliner commander Butch Wilmore as the spacecraft flies east of the Jersey Shore.
Good center.
The upper stage telemetry shows
Capcom Joshua Kutrick
nominal tank
continuing
pressure.
to pass good news up to Starliner's crew. At last one reporting that the Centaur upper stage remains in good condition and is performing well, pushing them into orbit.
T plus 8 minutes, Atlas V is due east of New York City as it launches Starliner into space. This is the 272nd flight of high-performance Centaur that has launched spacecraft to every planet in the solar system.
St. John's.
Today's launch is the 170th.
Starliner is now entering its first guided abort range, where Starliner would direct itself towards a specific location in the event of abort. In this case, just off the coast of St. John's, capital of the Canadian province of Newfoundland Labrador.
T plus 8 minutes and 45 seconds, the Centaur continues firing to gain velocity, burning liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen propellants, and the telemetry of the system status looks good as we target a nominal MECO time. The rocket is now east of Cape Cod. Today's launch is the 170th stage flown in the dual-engine Centaur configuration.
Starliner MECO converged 11:5 to 11:52. Good perf, you're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52, 34 seconds.
That call letting the crew know that the main engine cutoff, MECO, should happen just about on time, about 12 minutes into today's flight. Another good indication that Starliner's ascent is taking along exactly as expected. Main engine cutoff is a major milestone marking Starliner's arrival on orbit. Still got about 2.5 minutes until we get to that, with the spacecraft continuing to perform well, make its way towards orbit.
No action, Starliner on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
T plus 10 minutes, good performance.
No action.
T plus 10 minutes, good performance is the call from Capcom.
Once the main engine is cut off, the next step will be the launch vehicle separation. That's set to occur just short of 15 minutes after launch, when Starliner will separate from the rocket and fly free in space for the first time.
Now we are less than 2 minutes remaining in the powered flight.
Flight Dynamics officer reporting that at this point, Starliner could potentially make an abort landing off the coast of Ireland.
Get cooling.
And they're, again, all continuing well, so we're not expecting to need that abort.
As Starliner is rapidly approaching orbital velocity, this abort region is only available for just over 1 minute. where Starliner would just continue up to orbit after that.
Atlas V remains on course, flying up the US eastern seaboard, soon to pass Halifax, Nova Scotia before crossing the North Atlantic. Now we are less than 1 minute remain in the powered flight.
"30 seconds, D'Amico."
Just 30 seconds to go. Now until main engine cutoff, marking Starliner's arrival on orbit.
T plus 11 minutes and 57 seconds. Main engine cutoff or MECO is confirmed from the center upper stage of the coast of Newfoundland. The vehicle has reached the suborbital trajectory to deploy Starliner on its trip to intercept the International Space Station for docking in approximately 25 hours.
Nominal MECO Starliner.
Nominal MECO.
And with that nominal MECO call, that's main engine cutoff. We've got good energy, meaning a good velocity for continuing to orbit, and a good plane, meaning Starliner's trajectory is aligned with the International Space Station for rendezvous tomorrow.
And with that, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams returned to orbit. Individually, they are both extremely experienced astronauts.
14:5 to 14:52.
T plus 12 minutes and 30 seconds. Mission Control confirms a nominal main engine cutoff. Center
They're
is
both very
coasting.
experienced astronauts with a combined total of 489 days in space between them. Starliner is also the third spacecraft that they've launched in. Both have traveled to the
Center is coasting high above the North Atlantic for a 3-minute period between MECO and deploy. T plus 13 minutes and 30 seconds. Good center control. We are less than 90 seconds away from the spacecraft release.
Just a few seconds ago, you heard Capcom Joshua Kucher calling up to Butch and Suni. With the expected time, Starliner will separate from Centaur at about 14 minutes, 52 seconds into flight. Just under 2 minutes from now, or 1 minute from now.
It is 90 seconds from now. Less than 90 seconds from
That
now.
is actually the last major milestone for Starliner's ascent. All the hard work is done, but we need for Starliner to be flying on its own before it can begin heading towards the International Space Station. There's a slight pause in the action here while Centaur repressurizes and does some attitude control. We'll get into the right orientation to send Centaur on its way and then jettison it and move into the right orientation for the orbital insertion burn, which will come about 31 minutes into flight.
No action on the cabin temp Starliner.
No action.
And about 10 seconds until an expected launch vehicle separation.
T plus 14 minutes 52 seconds. The Boeing CST-100 Starliner spacecraft with astronaut Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams has separated successfully from the Atlas V rocket for the crew flight test to International Space Station.
LVSEP confirmed.
Good LVSEP.
And now that Starliner has separated from this Centaur upper stage, we have a big thank you to our partners at ULA, providing Butch and Suni a smooth ride to space.
That is not the end of today's orbit activity, though. The team will now be getting ready for the orbital insertion burn, which comes 31 minutes after flight. So that's still about 15 minutes away now. Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore will be getting their tablets out and doing a few other activities to get Starliner ready for that. And that will be that will be the first in a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to the International Space Station.
The names of Wilmore and Williams now join Glenn, Carpenter, Shira, and Cooper as American astronauts to launch into space atop Atlas rocket from Cape Canaveral. Now Starliner will execute its injection burn at T plus 31 minutes to
Once again,
circularize.
Starliner with astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams on board launched from Florida, the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41 at 9:52 a.m. Central, 10:52 a.m. Eastern today, and they have now made it into
your
orbit.
nominal TDRA show MDL is active. You have good targeting for OI.
Now Starliner will execute its injection burn at T plus 31 minutes to circularize its preliminary orbit in pursuit of the station for rendezvous and docking on Thursday afternoon. Excuse me. Crew flight test is demonstrating the end-to-end capabilities of the Starliner spacecraft and Atlas V rocket from launch to docking to a return to Earth in the desert of the western United States.
Flight controllers on the ground are seeing the dynamic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you could relay a message to our brethren at ULA.
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been a member of the family for a long time, but now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
So the crew have their tablets out, so no longer using the paper procedures now that the vehicle has stopped moving so quickly.
Now to Fairmaid and Vlad, I guess we will be getting, yes, indeed it's disappointing that we are not getting any inside crew cabin view, but I think it's like the same kind of what we see for the Dragon, but at least in Dragon they show the inside cabin crew view minutes later, but in this case I think they will be providing the view at 2 hours and 5 minutes. That's when the crew will make their first live audio remarks.
Upcoming in about 4 minutes, Starliner is going to start to orient itself in the direction it needs to do the orbital insertion burn. And the crew inside the vehicle will be turning the wireless access point on and allow them to stream some of the data from the spacecraft onto their procedure tablets.
And Houston Starliner, last arm is off. Backup control switches, enable 1 on, enable 2 off. SMRCS is the mode.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on, enable 2 is off. SMRCS, you're in a good config.
Good config.
Your EXDV targets are on board and good.
Good EXDV.
Things will be pretty quiet as Starliner gets into position for the orbital insertion burn. That's still about 10 minutes away. Starliner is actually designed to be pretty autonomous and, in fact, docked with the space station on its last trip around without the help of any crew on board. But we do still want to know that if needed, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams could take control and manually abort the spacecraft's approach to the station if they needed to. So to prove that, one of the few things on their agenda after they reach orbit will be to perform a test of the manual piloting mode.
Now at nearly 31 minutes, the orbital insertion burn will be starting, placing Starliner into its intended orbit. By 31 minutes and 42 seconds, the orbital insertion burn will be complete and the Starliner will be in a stable state. Also, this will be making the Starliner in a good and stable orbit as well. And 1 hour and 15 minutes into the mission, the NC burn will be complete, circularizing Starliner's orbit for rendezvous.
Up and then slow back down, which will slightly raise and then lower their orbit and prove that they can manually break away from the orbit that the space station is in if they needed to. At that point, they can move on to the last
Starliner,
items of the
still no
test.
action on your cabin temp. You're in a good config. It's 74 degrees in there. Yeah, and that's just due to that T2 sensor sitting beside the light. So we're actually going to inhibit that particular sensor. We'll let you know when we bring it back online.
Okay, great. Looks like we're on our way to thrust align.
It sounds like the crew are pretty comfortable and are getting into place for that orbital insertion. As I was saying, after they have manually broken away from the orbit of, proven that they can manually break away from the orbit of the space station, they are going to move on to the last items of their test for tonight. That's manually moving Starliner into the right orientation for re-entering the atmosphere, and then moving back into the attitude that will let them soak up some sun with the solar arrays and try a different method of manually charging the spacecraft's batteries. But again, once that all has to wait until after the orbital insertion burn. This is again the first of several burns that will put Starliner on its way to the International Space Station. We've still got about 6.5 minutes until we fire up the engines for that burn.
Referring to Fairmate, if that will be happening, it seems like it will be feeling like a car. We are driving a car in space.
Starliner, we did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
Again, to referring to Fairmate, another thing came to my mind that in that case we won't be able to go here and there, because in space the trajectories are well defined before. You can't go anywhere else. And even if you go, then hopefully you may be returning or may not be returning, depending on the fuel. Indeed, it will be cool to watch. So let me complete the next major milestones in the post-launch timeline. Now we are waiting for the orbital insertion burn. But at 1 hour and 20 minutes, the crew begins doffing their suits, transitioning to a more comfortable state for the journey ahead. And hopefully, as Fairmate you were asking for, maybe at this time also they can
Teams on the
show the
ground
cabin
saying
crew.
that everything is looking like it's in the right configuration for the orbital insertion burn. Now less than 5 minutes away. Starliner is currently about 102 miles above the Mediterranean Sea, heading southeast over India in the next few minutes.
So what I was saying that when
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
And good config from the OI burn. Crew and ground control is noting that Starliner is pointed in the direction it needs to for the OI burn. This should also be about the time that the crew are using their tablets for their procedures, also charging them, keeping them topped up for the rest of the rendezvous.
right now we are having good configurations for the orbital insertion burn, and this has to be in a specific alignment, and for that right now the Starliner spacecraft is well configured.
Quite a bit as Starliner was getting into the right position for the burn, and actually just now you can see some of the engines firing that help it steer and move around in space, and you can also see what attitude it's in at any given time. Lots of good information on the screen.
It is. A lot of this information actually directly mimics the views that the crew is seeing, especially the one in the upper left-hand panel. That is an exact copy of the display the crew is using for their attitude directional indicator. It also covers what mode their translational hand controller and the translational pointing is in. On the left side, on the right side, the pointing guidance, which tells the Starliner in automated mode which direction to point, or when in manual mode, which direction the crew needs to move the vehicle, like we're going to do in some of the manual piloting maneuvers.
Right now, as you heard, that they are using the Starliner spacecraft is reorienting itself for a good configuration for an orbital insertion burn, and right now this maneuvering on the Starliner spacecrafts are being done by the 20 orbital maneuvering and attitude control, which is acronymed as OMAC thrusters, which produces 1,500 pounds of force each.
We'll, though, as you've already heard, continue to hear regular audio updates from the crew. Everything going well now that Starliner is just under 30 minutes into today's flight. We've got about a minute and a half left to go into that orbital insertion burn. That will be kind of the final end cap, really, to today's ascent, which again took place at 10:52 a.m. Eastern when Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams launched inside the first Starliner to carry crew members on board from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Launch Pad 41. They made it to orbit about 14 minutes later, and now we are just again waiting for this first of a series of burns that will set Starliner on its way to a rendezvous with the International Space Station that is scheduled to take place at 12:15 p.m. Eastern, 11:15 a.m. Central tomorrow.
Referring to Vlad, yes, I will be streaming the docking of Starliner spacecraft, and the stream is already being scheduled. Would request you to kindly check out the stream.
An altitude that will allow us to catch up with ISS for a rendezvous later tomorrow.
15 seconds left to go, and once again you'll be able to see those engines firing on this digital screen here that show when the burn has started.
2 seconds. And flight controllers here in Houston, seeing 4 good OMACs, good burn.
but referring both to Fairmed and Vlad, it will be 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So I guess and hope also that it won't be coinciding with the time with the Starship launch.
Going to NAVCAL 1.
And with that call up, both crew and flight controllers agreeing that that was a good OI burn. I'm looking at the trajectory plot here in Mission Control. I see our trajectory pointing us directly up to the altitude we need to go to for the next burn. Right now, Starliner is moving into NAVCAL mode, or NAVCAL attitude. That's going to be the first of several positions that Starliner, directions that Starliner points itself to track some of the stars from the Starliner and update the position inside of the position orientation of Starliner inside of its guidance, navigation, and control algorithms.
And of course, you're seeing lots of happy faces and cheers here there in Florida. Everybody glad to see Starliner safely in orbit with Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams in tow, sending it on its way to the International Space Station for docking tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, Starliner safely on orbit, has conducted a good orbital insertion burn and is on its way.
Referring to Vlad, the docking time in UTC will be 1:30 p.m. Actually, that
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there. From the ground, we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60 seconds, and then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
referring to Vlad, excuse me, that the time I mentioned that was for the coverage to begin. So in UTC, the docking time will be 4:15 p.m.
Joshua Kutrick there again, giving the crew some words about information they're seeing on orbit. This one related
And in EST time, it will be 12:15 p.m. The docking is targeted, and at 2 p.m. Eastern time, the hatch opening will be happening. Followed by at 2:20 p.m. Eastern time, the welcoming remarks from the crew arriving aboard the ISS.
Okay, thanks very much, Brandy. With Starliner en route to the station, the work now just beginning for Wilmore and Williams. First up, an important rendezvous burn called the NC burn, which will adjust Starliner's altitude relative to the station and begin to refine its path to the orbital laboratory. Flight Dynamics will be assessing the accuracy of Starliner's initial trajectory and will update any adjustments to that trajectory for subsequent maneuvers to be conducted over the next 24 hours. Now, we're expecting to hear the first of 3 audio reports from the crew during their free flight on how the ride uphill to orbit was before they move into what are called far-field demonstrations of the vehicle. That will include manual piloting tasks and a manual translation control test. That will prove Starliner's ability to execute a manual docking if required, as well as an abort capability prior to docking. Keep in mind, we're providing continuous coverage now of Starliner's flight to the International Space Station. On Thursday morning, rendezvous operations will begin in earnest shortly before 10 a.m. Eastern Time, leading to a targeted docking for Starliner to the station at 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So please stay with us around the clock as we bring you every minute of Starliner's flight. For now, we're going to sign off from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston and go back to Megan, Dee, and Mike Fink at the Cape.
Hey, and welcome back to the Space Coast of Florida, where about 36 minutes ago we witnessed the launch of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket carrying the first two astronauts, NASA's Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, inside Boeing's Starliner capsule to the International Space Station. The first time ever, Starliner now in the right orbit to rendezvous with the space station in just over 25 hours. How are you guys feeling? How was it to watch launch? Again, just right over the water behind us here.
I mean, this is extremely exciting, obviously a long time coming and a culmination of so much hard work by so many teams. But of course, we're going to be even happier when we see Starliner dock, and even happier when the hatch opens and we watch Sunny and Butch float into the International Space Station.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, referring to Fairmate, the stream will be beginning at 2:15 a.m. at your place, as you are saying, but if you can manage, the docking will be happening just approx 2 hours after the stream will be beginning. So if you can manage, you can see, or later on you can just tune in. I guess you are an early bird, so if you wake up early, you could catch up the docking live. As the stream will be there, you can tune in anytime.
Different crew spacecraft operating in space simultaneously. So that's the International Space Station, SpaceX's Crew Dragon, and again, once Boeing Starliner spacecraft gets there, Boeing Starliner spacecraft. So really just like a lot to celebrate. It's amazing. You know, Mike, I know you've been part of Starliner's journey from the very beginning, working alongside Butch and Sunny and all the teams across Boeing, NASA, ULA. So talk to us, how does it feel to see this rocket from your perspective?
I was so impressed all the way through the launch countdown and all the way through orbital insertion burn. Everything was just like the final simulation exercise they give us back at Johnson Space Center, where they just give us everything nominal. And there we are. Everything was fine. No hiccups, no drama, nothing to worry about. And so I was really happy with Butch and Sunny, and for Butch and Sunny, and happy with the whole team.
Referring to Vlad, that's quite funny. But of course, I do need sleep also. Who said I don't need sleep? But what to do if the work schedule is like this? I have to work. No, I can't. And moreover, you could have been seen that many a times I had to forego some streams just because of my health only. So hopefully that if you, Fairmaid, or anyone else, if can manage at night to see a stream, that's a good thing for me, as because I am awake at that time also. So please provide me some company.
Today, but this is definitely a great day. And if you're not on the rocket yourself, helping your friends is a really great way to be an astronaut.
And so, Mike, talk to us about, this is, again, a crewed flight test. Certification is what's next for Starliner. So what's the process to get us to your flight next year?
Well, first we have to, Butch and Sunny, they've gotten to orbit. That's kind of step one. Now they got to get to the space station and complete their flight test objectives. Once they land safely in a desert somewhere with the airbags, and we'll analyze. The Boeing team will analyze the flight test data, see if any improvements, any changes, any things that can be improved and made, and then we'll get ready for us at the post certification mission number 1 that we call Starliner 1. I think Dragon had a similar one. They called themselves Crew 1. Well, we're Starliner 1, and we'll be ready to fly when the spacecraft is.
Right. And so obviously there's still a lot on this road for Starliner, but when you do fly next year on Starliner 1, Mike, I know that there's a bunch of people here who are very excited for you, so much so that they created this shirt.
Oh, no.
I love it. Mike Fink Fan Club. That's right. Oh, he's hiding, guys. He's hiding behind his computer right now.
I am deeply humbled. Thank you.
No, yes. It just goes to show that so many people are invested in Boeing and NASA and ULA working together on the Starliner program. So we celebrated together with the crewed flight test today and launch. And again, we still have so much more of the mission to go, and we can't wait for your flight for Starliner 1. Alrighty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again to everyone who submitted questions throughout the broadcast. You really helped to contribute to the broadcast. And Mike, really great to have you here marking this historic launch with us.
It's great to be on the team, and you guys are both are extreme professionals, as well as our production team and the PAO team that's right up the hill from us. Great job, everyone.
Absolutely, and today's liftoff could not have happened without the many teams across the country supporting this launch, which of course is just the first of many critical milestones for this flight test.
Yeah, that's right, Dee. So our coverage tonight, or today, won't end here. First up, we have a post-launch news conference starting at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time right here on NASA TV, followed by continuous coverage of Butch and Suni's transit to the International Space Station. Starliner is on course to dock at the station in just over 25 hours from now, and then the ISS crew will welcome them on board. Again, we will take all of that live on NASA TV, NASA Plus, and our social media channels.
You know, and their journey will provide the data needed to bring Boeing closer to having the continuous privilege of carrying astronauts to and from the space station.
Hey, and that's the perfect opportunity, right, to pull up this QR code we have ready for you. If you scan it, it'll take you to go.nasa.gov/CFT, where you will find everything you'd want to know about this crew flight test and also NASA's commercial crew program, which is why we're flying today.
Mike, it's been great to have you with us. Your insight today was important and invaluable.
Thank you very much, and the Boeing company should get a big pat on the back today for a job well done so far.
Yes, again, congratulations to all the team. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Mike. We really appreciate your time here on the official launch broadcast of NASA's Boeing crew flight tests. And that's going to do it for us here on the Space Coast of Florida. For Boeing, ULA, and NASA, thank you so much for watching our official broadcast of this historic cruise. We leave you now with a replay of launch. Have a spectacular day. Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Suni Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is...
Referring to Vlad, right now you can hear the stream right now.
And pilot Suni Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to launch pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is into the pad.
Butch and Suni arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sunny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into
So,
their seats here.
referring to Fairmate, have a good beauty sleep, have a good night. See you soon for the next stream. Thanks for joining us and staying so late up to the end to make up to the liftoff. And to Vlad, also, yes, you should be preparing for the exam for tomorrow. All the best for your exam. Hope everything will be going the best. You should be scoring the best. So see you soon. Take care of yourself, both of you. Thank you everyone also for joining us live today. And with that, we will be wrapping up our coverage also. Despite of many scrubs, finally today we did had the Boeing crew flight test launch to happen. Now be sure to check out the social media for any updates coming from Boeing and ULA regarding the mission. We would like to thank all of you joining us with today's launch and hope you all will enjoy the week ahead. Hopefully we could make the stream enjoyable for you and you have enjoyed the stream. Once again, thanks for joining us, showing your such patience, love and understanding, staying till the end despite such a despite such a long stream going on. We are glad to have you all here with us. And with that, I will bid goodbye to Fairmaid and Vlad also. This is AstroYonder Live and me, Dipto, signing off for now, and we will see you next time.